Yellow, yellow, yellow. Test, test, test. How's it going? Hello. What it do? What's up, Boots? What's up, Christopher? Hello. What's up? What's up, Hell? Happy Tuesday, y'all. What's up, Beth? What up, Ashby? Chat, tap the screen. Let's get some people in here. I'm Undalo. What's going on, guys? Chat, if you are a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. How's it going, y'all? Uh, Chat, have y'all seen the thing about Cuba? What's going on in Cuba right now? Did you guys know that Cuba's like in an apocalyptic crisis right now? It's absolutely fucked. It's nowhere on the news. Trump shut off power. They shut off power, cut off fuel, 90% of its fuel. And it's not it's too late to turn back. Like even if they get fuel right now, so many people are fucked. They don't have clean water. There's like 11 million people in Cuba. They're gonna start having like disease outbreaks, mass just dying. They have no clean water, no electricity, nothing. Russia tried to send them fuel. United States blocked them with vessels. They're at a fucking standoff in the middle of the ocean right now, blocking humanitarian aid. The UN and NATO are fractured over this because we are so what we are doing is so inhumane. Uh, might be like the biggest humanitarian crisis in the last 60 years. Like big. Yeah, crazy. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box. Uh, 9 p.m. is when we get State of the Union. That's Eastern. So what is that, 8 for me? 8 Central? 8 Central. Okay, yeah, we can watch it. We'll stream it. Can someone help remind me when that comes up? Make our big cities safe. Is there something Republicans do that make places safe? Love to know. Gonna see James you're gonna go see Tellerico and Tyler? Nice. I used to live in Tyler. Can I live fat check State of the Union? I could try. They think more guns make us safe. Yeah. Everybody should have a gun, except for except for then, except for this point when the state kills you. Thank you, Beth. I'm really quiet on YouTube again. What in the? What is wrong with this? Chicago has very tough gun laws, but it's murder, murder, murder. That's what happens when you're neighboring a bunch of states that don't have gun laws. 60% of the guns picked up from crimes in Chicago come from out of state. Uh, Literally everywhere else in the United States, it just shows that gun laws keep people safe everywhere. No politician on the right actually talks about gun stats because it's very damning. They don't talk about it. They just yap. They have bumper sticker sayings. If Trump sucks, what's it? I just can't figure out who to vote for if I don't vote for a game show host who lies and paints his face orange and enriches himself and uh, basically wants to invade the world. I just can't figure out who I want to vote for. The other person was a woman. Damn. Why did I vote for Autopin? Guys, I actually remember Biden signing legislation on the Oval in the Oval Office, and he knew what he was signing. Trump is handed things, and he's told 3 things about what he's signing. This is a we promise you this is a good one. Sign this, and you just see him signing it. It's like, oh wow, like Trump is profoundly stupid. He can't read, so he doesn't read these things. He doesn't read anything. We've heard from multiple people that he doesn't read his daily reports, his morning briefings. They had to put pictures in them because he was so dangerously uninterested in intelligence. He signs it Donald Donald. Bro's literally like dumber than a 5th grader. I always think of something Destiny said. He's like, show me one clip of Trump saying something smart ever. There's not a single clip of Trump sounding smart at all. Biden could finish the sentence. There was like a few moments where Biden maybe like lost his words. I would say like 3 or 4. Trump does it every day. Trump does it every single day. There's like 4 for Biden, and there's one like there's like 7 this week for Trump. You guys are wild. I've never met a smart Republican, honestly, that knew why they voted for him. I love the uneducated. But if you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box. He just paused to buffer. That's fair, Julia. Yeah. We vote we voted for God and country. What the fuck does that mean? You guys are so gullible. What are you, 3? I like God. This man likes God. I'm voting for him. Did I get my packages? Yes. Is that you, Sue? I did. I showed them off the other day. Sue, thank you so much for my gifts. Thank you so much. If you watched my last live, I showed everybody what you got me, and I said thank you, and you weren't here. I'm so sorry. But big shout out to Sue. Thank you for sending me stuff on my Amazon wish list. Um, there was this. There was a shirt. And there was one other thing. Biden went to church every week. Yeah, sure. Yeah, he did. He's Catholic. Carrier for pickles. Yes, thank you so much. And treats for pickles. That's right. Are you an atheist? Yes. I don't believe in zombie Jesus, chat. It's weird. We need to stop pretending it's normal. Am I going to be watching State of the Union? Yeah. Slow down on Zins. No. Y'all deserve to continue losing. Dude, y'all are out there invading countries, invading cities with the military, with ICE, killing people, fucking up the economy really bad, letting Trump do whatever he wants. He just put more tariffs on the whole world. Cuba's a mess. He's fucked over Cuba. He's about to go to war with Iran, and you don't even, not a single MAGA can tell me why. Not a single one. You guys are wild. He completely fucked Cuba. Do I think Kamala was intelligent? Yeah, she was a lawyer. Yeah. Yeah. Trump's incredibly stupid. Like, I think Trump is subpar. I think he's like less than midwit. I think he's incredibly stupid. So was Bondi, though. Yeah, I know. Bondi? Dude, Kamala's like twice as smart as Bondi, at least. Bro, your name is Charlie was right. Charlie was a white nationalist, a Christian nationalist. Gross. Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to 50K. Dang, Amber, thank you so much for becoming a title gifter 20 times. Wow. Listen, guys, Trump said, I am a very smart man. He's got to be smart. He's got to be super smart. He said that, right? You see everyone he's just paid by the Democrat Party. You can't possibly fathom how somebody would be against your politics, so you think everyone is paid, and you think we're weird? You don't think that the majority of the country, by the way, is liberal? You think that anybody who espouses liberal ideas is just paid? And it's very normal, too. It's very normal for the left to accuse content creators of being paid. They're so lost in the sauce. I've watched Harry, Parker, Dean, everybody go through it. I went through it. As soon as I started debating, people were like, "You're a paid propagandist." What? I wish I was paid. Yeah. MAGA, do we have any idea why we still support Trump today? Is there any reason? The paid protesters too, dude, is crazy to me. They look at protests now and they just completely ignore them. They're like, oh my god, that's crazy that all those people are paid. They just think it for sure. I still support Trump because we would never heard of Epstein if Hillary had won. I don't know if that's true. I highly doubt that. You know who's really getting paid? Snow shovelers in Mamdani Stan. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Does it make sense you need 3 forms of ID to shovel snow for free in New York City? It's $20 an hour actually, and you need an ID so they can give you a W-2. That's why you need one. When you vote, you also have to register with an ID. I've seen a lot of propaganda go around today, the last week or two. Republicans are obsessed with hammering down the right with voter IDs. They're coming with all sorts of ways to enrage Republicans. This one was weird to me, but even Mamdani giving people opportunity to make money by shoveling snow. They found a way to like be upset about it. Meredith, thank you so much for the $10. It says a little dark money for you, Pookie. Thank you, Meredith. Thank you so much. It went up to 40? What?
And who must be
Yellow?
questioned. Ukraine defends life and fights precisely for this.
Advocate.
And that this is not a street fight. It is an attack on a sick
Yo.
state.
You got some background noise,
This
bub.
is Putin's war. He is the cause of its beginning and the obstacle to its end. And it is Russia that must be put into place.
Watching a documentary, guy?
Yeah, it's been Ron Paul.
Of course it is. What's up, man?
Yeah, not much. Ron Paul. I'm just telling you. I mean, I'm too obsessed with him. It's incredible.
How do you feel about how Mom Donnie's doing? Are you still scared deathless, scared shitless of communism?
Well, I think I think it's a good thing I moved away from New York City. Tampa has much better groceries, much better real estate, much better. It's very cheap there. It's much better. Okay, it's much better. So I think moving from New York City was good. It's overpopulated. It's all dirty on the streets. So yeah, but I think Mamdani, it hasn't been as bad. But I wouldn't say he's doing a good job. I think he's doing an okay job. But yeah,
Oh, what job?
yeah, I think he's been doing like an all right job.
Oh, okay. Cool. All right. Uh, how do you feel about Trump in Iran?
Well, I think we should stay out of there. It's not our business. We shouldn't get involved in foreign conflicts. It's nothing to do with us.
Mhm. 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 Yeah. I don't know. What are we going to talk about, dude? I feel like you're totally off the Trump boat.
Yeah,
Come a
honestly,
long way.
yeah, you're not wrong. I'm against Trump now. Just not much to talk about. I actually have to do some welding, so I have to go. But thanks for having me up.
All right, man. Oof. Oof. Do any Trumpers want to come up and give me a good reason why we should invade Iran? Has Trump? I guess we'll know tonight. But has Trump given us like nobody know? We have two carriers over there and like 150 jets. Two aircraft carriers. It's not in 10 minutes. No, it's in like 3 hours, 2 hours. Hello? That was an accident. Do we need to be 18? Yes. Yes. Someone said that we already had ships there. This is what I'm reading. U.S. ships have been moving closer to Iran. U.S. has significantly increased its naval presence in and around waters near Iran, including Arabian Sea, Persian Gulf approaches, Red Sea, the Eastern Mediterranean, in response to rising tensions over Iran's nuclear program. Reports confirm multiple aircraft carriers and their strike groups are now deployed or en route towards the region. This includes a rare dual carrier presence. The USS Abraham Lincoln is already in Middle East, and the USS Gerald Ford moving towards the area to potentially join it. So that's new. Hello?
Donald Trump. Fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, nigga, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck.
All right. I'm stuck on the third boss, Dark Souls 3. I can help you. Hello?
The elites are eating babies! Wake up, people! The elites are eating babies! And fuck Trump!
Based kid. Based fetus chat. Great military exercise. Come on now. Guys, when the fetuses are coming out and saying it, believe them. The buildup also encompasses additional RLA Burke class destroyers and other U.S. Navy warships, expanding the number of deployed vessels. Analysts and defense trackers describe this as one of the largest U.S. naval and military buildups in Middle East in years compared to the prior force levels. Unlike routine rotations or single carrier deployments, having 2 carrier strike groups and numerous escorts simultaneously is uncommon. This concentration hasn't been seen at similar levels since major operations in the region. Estimates from open source tracking suggest a double-digit number of U.S. warships, including carriers and destroyers, operating in and around the area, along with scores of air assets. A significant naval deployment like this increases U.S. operational options, signals deterrence, and provides flexibility for air, maritime strike support if necessary. Guys, the president of No New Wars. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you Trump. Hello?
Yo,
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I'm stuck on this boss.
Dog, watch a
I don't
YouTube
know.
video, right? Watch
I
a YouTube
did.
video.
It doesn't work.
Well, get gooder, dude. Maybe some people aren't born to play Dark Souls games, and
Yeah, but
it sounds like you.
wait, I'm sorry. I thought it was. I I spent like 6 hours last night. I don't know what to do.
How many potions can you carry?
3. I don't know how to upgrade them. I know
Oh,
how to
bro.
upgrade to get more health, but I don't know how to upgrade to get more like
Bro, you need to get more
lives.
vials, dude. You got to get more vials. Look up
Yeah,
how to
but how?
get more vials. All right.
But how?
I don't know, man. Figure it out. All right. Good luck.
All right. Have a good day.
You too. Have you tried playing better? Yeah. Chat, get gooder. Gas is now $1.59. Most oil and gas companies are doing massive layoffs. Massive. Gas is cheap. But it ain't because things are great. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah,
What do you like about Trump?
just about everything.
You want to give me something to work with?
Gulf of America,
Why do you like that?
because it's patriotic.
Are y'all that simple, man? Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
you don't like Gulf of America?
I think it's silly that we cut USAID, which was like 9 billion, and it was saving lives, tons of lives, and then he changed the Gulf of America and cost us 4 billion. So like, if you quantify the amount of people dying from the loss of USAID, it's in the millions. So basically, Gulf of America cost us like a couple million dead people.
What about all the lives that ICE is saving?
How are they saving
Immigration,
lives?
customs enforcement,
How are they saving
by
lives?
protecting the border,
How does that save lives?
because there's not criminals running through the border.
Okay, can you show me where they do all the crime you're talking about?
It's all over the news all the time.
Have you ever checked
Illegal
that?
does this, illegal does that.
Have you ever checked and see how much total it is to make sure it's not just propaganda?
It's more than we need.
It's more
We
than
shouldn't have
need.
any crime
How
from
much?
illegals.
I think it's wild that people are especially like sensitive when they see an undocumented person create a crime, because they're spending like more than any military on earth to undo the tiniest amount of crime. It makes no sense. Like if you were to
So you
sort crime,
prefer crime?
if you were to sort crime by undocumented and documented, you would get 0.0000001% of the crime, and and then you would sort those people by who's still walking free. You would get like nothing. So I don't see what you're talking about. They committed.
So
How many murders do you think they commit per year?
So because crime happens, we should just let it go on in more abundance? That's your philosophy?
No, because we have 17,000 murders every year, and you're trying to get rid of 29 of them. That's fucking stupid.
So you should Not get rid of the 29? Is that what you're saying?
I say I think we can get rid of more than 29 with $140 billion. 140
Then why didn't
billion.
Biden do it? Why
What do you
didn't
mean? Why didn't
Barack
Biden do
Obama
it?
do it?
Biden did plenty of stuff. What do you mean? How come he didn't save lives? We invested more into like cancer research and all sorts of stuff than anybody else during Biden,
All the numbers show that homicide rates are down in the U.S.
and they've been coming down since Trump's
because of
first
Donald
term.
Trump.
Not just because Trump. Trump had high crime rates in 2020, and they fell consistently during Biden.
Do you see how quickly he got Washington, D.C. together?
You guys just like a military or police state?
Yeah, that's what it takes. Clean up
That's-
crime in the cities.
It's the start of authoritarianism.
These
right?
Democrat politicians just let it go on. They don't do anything about it.
I don't think that's a thing. I think it's just a talking point.
Then why did he have to send in the National Guard?
Because you guys, he's making y'all, he's giving y'all an appetite for authoritarianism. Because you know when the National Guard leaves, the crime's just going to persist, right? If you don't actually change the root cause.
What's the root cause? Democrat politicians?
Having a government in place that gets rid of crime. Like crime was at a 30-year low before Trump put them in DC.
The root cause is Democrat politicians run these cities
Can you tell me an
and
example
jurisdictions.
of what Democrat policies make them more dangerous?
I don't know. Why are all the Democrat cities higher in crime? Like Minneapolis and Tim Walz.
7 out of 10 of the most dangerous cities are Republican in this country. 7 out of 10 of the most dangerous states are Republican in this country. You guys always have worse crime than us.
Like Minneapolis, like Portland, like Chicago, like New York,
Yes, these are talking points. Where do you think
Like-
Chicago ranks? Where do you
like
think they
Washington,
rank?
D.C.
Yes. Where do you think they rank? Where do
There's
you think
shootings there every
Chicago
day.
ranks? Yeah, I know because there's
Hi.
millions of people there, dude.
That doesn't explain why there should be shootings every single day on every
because
single
y'all
block.
like guns. Yes, because people
It's a
with
Democrat
guns do
city.
shooting. Okay, but what Democrat policies make people shoot each other?
Not enforcing policing.
What are you talking about? We're the only ones who raise tax money to pay for the police. Y'all cut taxes and cut police force.
No, your party wanted to defund the police. There was a
never-
whole movement dedicated to it.
We never did it. That was a separate movement. No politician.
Y'all hate police.
No politician pushed that.
Y'all
We
hate
never cut
police.
I think Trump just wants you to think we hate
You hate law
police.
enforcement. That's why you obstruct ICE and interfere with their job.
There's no reason we should have ICE. Can you tell me a net benefit of mass deportation?
We should enforce immigration law like every other country.
Okay, but not to the degree we are, right? Like this
Did
is
Biden and Barack Obama use ICE?
They did, and they used a third of the budget, and they
So
deported.
you disagree with
criminals.
them?
They deported criminals. 60% of Barack Obama's deportations were criminals. 20% were re-entries. 10% were at the border. Trump is deporting 70% non-criminals, like single mothers of 3 and shit. Chasing them down at birthday parties.
So 30% are still criminals.
And they're coming
Actually,
straight from
100%
Brazil.
of them are.
Yeah,
Actually,
to-
100% are criminals.
To the tune of a speeding ticket, dude.
They committed a crime when they came in illegally, across the border
What's-
illegally.
What's the huge bad outcome of that?
They weren't invited here.
What's the bad outcome? Not
What
your
happens when you go
feelings.
there
What are-
without permission? They send you back.
I'm not asking you what your feelings are. What's the big bad outcome of all these people coming?
The law.
The
Do you not
law
respect the law?
hurts? Yeah, you guys elected a felon, right?
That's a red herring. You're just deflecting because you can't answer the question.
I don't respect the law, but y'all hired a 34-time felon with 88 other pending felonies. to
Does
run
being
the
a felon
country.
disqualify you from being president?
No, but you're saying that we're
okay.
pro-crime. You guys hired a felon to do all of this stuff.
Who's a U.S. citizen and can
And-
run for president? That doesn't disqualify you from being
I'm
president.
not saying it doesn't. I'm saying that your morality is horrible. Your decision-making is horrible.
He was the better candidate of the two, so we elected him.
Yeah, sure.
We didn't want a DEI hire to be running our country
I think Trump
who
is the
has 50
ultimate
different
DEI hire.
accents.
I think Trump who sells Bibles and shoes because black people like him, and he tells Jewish people that he'll lose if they don't elect him. Like he's the
I bet
most
you want Gavin
manipulative
Newsom.
person. I love Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, did you hear what he said about black people
What he said?
the other day? He said that he can't read just like them, so he knows what it's like to be just like them.
Yeah, he's dyslexic.
He said that black people can't read and they have
think he
low
said
SAT
that.
scores. That's what he implied.
No, someone made fun of him for his 960 SAT score, and
Joe Biden said that they aren't black if they don't vote for him.
That's silly. Do you know what the
He
Breakfast Club
said that.
is?
Yeah, he said it on there.
Yeah. Do you know what their saying is on that show?
No, how is that relevant?
The saying is, if you don't blank, you ain't black. That's what they say on that show every day. Joe Biden thought he was going to be funny and say it, and he took it back after backlash.
Was it funny?
No. Do you think Trump calling someone not black literally is funny?
Are you talking about Kamala Harris?
Yeah.
Who identified as Indian for how many years, and then she switched it up so she could become the president?
She went to an HBCU and was part of a black sorority.
How many decades did she go as an Indian?
What do you mean?
Or did she identify as an Indian?
When she was elected as senator, she mentioned that she was the first East Asian to be elected into the Senate. That was worth mentioning. She wasn't the first black person because she's biracial. But she mentioned that she was that. You guys are so confused on what. But do you know where her dad's from?
No.
You guys never looked
What
this
does that matter?
He's Jamaican. He's Jamaican.
Where's her mom from?
Huh?
Where's her mother from?
Her mom's Indian. So she's biracial. Can you be both?
So she can just go from one to the other whenever it's convenient?
She can say one or the other, yeah. Like I have people come up here and say, "Oh, look, I'm Indigenous American," but they also might have some German in them, and they might mention that in a different live. That doesn't mean they're not the other thing when they don't mention it.
Like when you're running for president and you want to appeal to your voters?
I don't see how this is. You guys are so weirdly and strangely stuck on this. Trump sells Bibles that he gets for $3 from China, sells them for $60 with his front name on them. His name.
Yeah,
on the
he's
front.
a businessman.
Yeah, he's literally gypping Christians. He's ripping them off.
How's he ripping them off? They paid for what they wanted. They willingly gave their money over. God. So how are they getting ripped off?
He sells cologne. He sells watches. He sells gold cards. He sells everything to appeal to the masses.
And he actually believes in it. He actually believes in what he's selling.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why he put the Bible back in classrooms.
You know that in the Bible it says not to put your name on the fucking front of the Bible? Did you know that?
Where does it say that?
You're not. Are you Christian?
Can you answer the question?
Yeah, I'll show you.
You have to look it up?
Yeah, I'm not Christian, so I don't have this fucking memorized.
That's embarrassing.
What's embarrassing is I know more about your fucking religion than you.
I know more about your party's candidates than you.
All right. I doubt it.
You didn't even know that Kamala wasn't black.
Dude, her dad's Jamaican. Her dad's Afro-Jamaican. How is she not black? What is black? What are the requirements for black?
To be black. What's the requirements to be white?
Do you mean literally black? Because I don't think very many people meet that criteria.
I don't think many meet the criteria to be white.
I don't know where you're going with this, dude. Like, if someone identifies as black and they're black presenting, they're black, dude. I'm sorry this is happening to you, but y'all are so crazy.
We know that all you have to do is identify as something to be that something, right? That's why you think men can be women?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sure.
Looney Tune land.
What's that?
Looney Tune land. That's the philosophy of the Democrat Party. Just complete and utter insanity.
And y'all believe that if you put your hands together and do this, your telepathy, you're speaking to a magic being in the sky, right? You believe
God?
Yeah.
You mean billions of people?
Yeah, right?
Right, billions of people just believe in something that isn't real?
Yeah, same thing with genders. Like the whole world.
It's not billions for genders.
Yeah, it is. It's billions. Do you know what religion Jesus was?
Can you answer a question?
Do you know what religion Jesus was?
Christian.
No.
He's the son of God.
How would Jesus follow the footsteps of himself?
Because he is God. Do you know what the Trinity is?
Oh man, Jesus was Jewish. Jesus was Jewish, right?
So Jesus doesn't believe in the Word of God?
No.
He
But
doesn't believe in the Bible?
How many genders are there in in Judaism?
What does that have to do with anything?
How many genders, bub?
There's 2.
No, there's 8.
There's 2 in the real world.
Well, and Jesus thought there were 8. Are you just telling him he's wrong?
Where did he say that? Is there historical documentation of that? Of
Yeah,
him
the
saying there's 8
Talmud
genders?
says this. Yes, Jesus followed the teachings of the Talmud. Yes, this is what that says.
It doesn't say that there's 8 genders.
Yes, it does. I'll show you.
That's why all these countries are denouncing transgenderism, because it's a mental illness. Like
Nobody's-
Cuba, the United States, the UK.
Nobody's,
all
the
proven
UK has
that
not
it's a mental
denounced
illness.
anything, and they
It went to
they
the
don't say
Supreme
it's
Court, and they shut it down.
No, they didn't. Who told you that? Do you see this?
It was
Talmud
all over the
identifies
news.
8 distinct gender categories. The Talmud. You see that? See that? Gender is a social construct, and we're slowly holding the hands of each radicalized MAGA and teaching them this.
We're radicalized?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
You see the words on the screen? You guys literally will look at this and go back home and not think that it's true.
You guys get 6 booster shots, and you think that there's actual Nazis.
Okay.
And you think that we're radicalized.
There are actual Nazis, and
You
there's
think
no
that men can
science.
become women.
There's no science saying that booster shots never worked. You guys are radicalized and also died at a 15% higher rate because you just don't believe in science during COVID.
Right, and you think that women have penises,
Okay,
but we
because
don't believe in science.
Because gender's a social construct. It's whatever. It's malleable. You don't understand that, and it's sad.
Right, so you don't believe in womanhood. There's no objective definition for a woman.
Okay, woman is somebody who subconsciously identifies as female. Boom.
How do you identify as female?
Say I'm a woman.
I'm a woman, so therefore I am?
Do you genuinely? Probably not, right?
No, I genuinely believe that.
Well, when people are diagnosed with gender dysphoria, these types of things, they have to show insistency, persistency, and consistency. So while you're trivializing this, doctors and people in medicine and science have been studying this for decades, and they believe it to be a real thing. While you guys go practice your superstitious religious stuff, they're doing real science, and this is a real thing. The whole world believes
Right.
it. Nobody's denounced it besides weird far-right like weirdos. Just like in Hitler times, they burnt all this to the ground because they just thought it was weird and it was very easy to other. And just like Trump ran a huge campaign against trans people, so did Hitler.
It sounds like they were pretty based.
It sounds like you guys will never shake the like Nazi allegations if you keep saying stuff like that, right?
What's a Nazi? Can you define that?
Yeah, somebody who was part of the National Socialist Party in Germany.
So they can't exist
Far-right.
anymore?
So they actually, there are people, if you watch my live for another 5 minutes, you'll see somebody come up with a Nazi flag and show me it.
Does that mean that they're a Nazi?
If they like Nazis, then possibly. Maybe a neo-Nazi, right?
If I like ponies, am I a pony?
No, you're just a pony liker.
So they're just a Nazi liker.
Okay, they're neo-Nazis. Are you just minimizing the fact that there are people on your side that love the Nazi flag?
They can love the flag if they want. That doesn't mean that there's Nazis still
They're-
around in
they're-
2026.
They're your friends. They're people at the rallies that you go to. You don't
And the
mind
drag-
being in the same
Drag queens that are naked in front of kids are your friends. And
There's
naked
no
at pride parades.
There are no drag queens doing that. There's no pride parades doing that.
There is. They're all over the place.
I think you guys
Are
just
those your friends?
You guys just hypersexualize anything other than straight people.
Do you know Jeffrey Epstein was a Democrat?
Yeah, and he worked very hard to get Trump elected.
Those are the heroes of the Democrat Party. Jeffrey Epstein, George Floyd, Alex Preddy,
Alex Preddy's fucking
Luigi
famous.
Mandone. Those are your heroes.
Mangione.
Whatever his
All
name
right,
is.
y'all's heroes
He's getting
are,
raped up the ass in prison now.
Y'all's heroes are Kid Rock, Steve Bannon, Fucking all these people so close to Epstein. Trump, who was best friends with him for like 10 years, who wrote him birthday cards, who owned beauty pageants with teens, and who Jeffrey Epstein used to recruit women. That's wild.
Donald Trump banned him from all of his parties and clubs.
Yeah, he's also stopping any sort of investigation or any sort of unredacted release of incriminating evidence against all of his co-conspirators. He's also thrown a fit every time we've mentioned this, and you're backing him. You're backing him.
Because it's a psyop.
It's a got it.
It's all a distraction.
It's a distraction so that we don't know that he's
Just to keep the masses in line,
it's
right
a
where they
dis-
want them,
It's
like
a
you.
distraction so that we don't know what he's doing to Cuba and Iran and Greenland, and how he made $1.6 billion last year.
Or how
with
he takes out
Bitcoin.
dictators like Maduro
Okay, he's a dictator.
and protects
though.
Venezuelan citizens.
What about Putin? What about Israel? What about all the other dictators he's friends with the Board of Peace? What about all of those people?
What about them?
What about all those horrible people that are dictators? Is he going to go overthrow them too, or is he going to keep inviting them to Mar-a-Lago to have fucking?
He
tea?
might. He might.
No,
Who knows what he's
they're
planning?
his best friends.
They're not.
They're not. They are. They are. They go to Mar-a-Lago. They hang out with him. They're his buddies.
The drag queens are your best friends.
I love
That
drag
twerk in
queens.
front of little twerk in front of little kids.
All right. Well, you're friends with priests who.
You
fuck
endorse
little
them.
kids.
You endorse those kinds of people.
Did you know that drag queens did 0 child essays last year, while like priests did 25% of them on your side?
Do you know what George Floyd would be doing if he was alive?
We didn't vote for
Fentanyl?
We didn't vote for George Floyd. All right.
He would be doing
was a
fentanyl.
victim. George Floyd is a victim. Your guy is a 34 times felon who shits.
He's not a victim. He was a lifelong criminal, a career criminal who held a gun to a pregnant woman's belly.
Okay, but he was
Died
also
doing fentanyl.
murdered by police, and you guys champion a policeman who murders people.
He overdosed on fentanyl.
He died of asphyxiation. That's what the drug. That's what the
The police were doing techniques that they were trained to do.
No, they weren't actually. They outlawed.
They were trained to do the knee on the neck.
They outlawed that since too.
Since then, but before that, they were authorized to do that.
Yeah, I don't know if you love living in a country where like extreme force and police brutality is a thing. We don't like it. We have the world's
Well,
highest
when you don't comply
population. We have
after
the
30
world's-
orders, they kind of have to.
I get it. We have the world's highest population in prison in the United States. We have 25% of the world's population. On average, the average citizen commits 3 felonies a day. Did you know that? So if the government wanted to arrest you and put you away for the rest of your life, all they have to do is kind of look through your shit. That's all they have to do. All right?
So you think we should have more criminals on the streets?
No, I think that we should lax the whole police state, military state thing, because if they wanted to, they just lock up whoever they don't like. That's what you're cheering for.
Then what is your solution?
Gee, I don't know. Maybe some sort of rehabilitating thing, instead of sending people and institutionalizing people and paying hundreds of millions and billions of dollars to private jails that endorse Trump. Maybe we could actually work on decriminalizing weed.
Just talk it out with them and give them a slap on the wrist and say, don't do that. Be
No,
better.
I think that we should stop over-policing areas. I think that we should stop locking up everybody for weed charges and jaywalking and all this other stupid shit that you guys
I don't
love
know
here in
anyone
Oregon.
who's getting locked up for weed and jaywalking.
I live in Texas. You guys are still locking people up for weed.
Why do you live in a Republican state?
Because I was born here. There's more liberals here than there are Republicans and always have been.
No, there's not. It's a red state.
Yeah, I know. You guys gerrymander. There's 8 million liberals in Texas and like 5.5 million Republicans.
Then they don't vote. They obviously don't care about their cause.
No, you guys just completely. Last major election, Ken Paxton threw out 2 million votes. You guys steal.
Or they're just all
elections.
felons and can't vote
Sure,
because they commit so many crimes.
sure.
That's how you guys live your lives. You're a bunch of degenerates. You don't believe in God. You don't believe in the nuclear family.
Who says that? Who says that?
You get naked in front of kids at pride parades, drag
Nobody does
story
that.
hour.
Nobody does that. That's not a policy
Yes, they
of the
do.
left. You're just associating left-wing ideology with like sexualized LGBTQ people, And
That's why they want to
that's
groom kids and tell them they're trans.
nobody wants to do that either. Nobody's doing that. We actually have a lot of studies that show if you try to do that, they end up just killing themselves. Nobody wants to do that. We simply just follow the science and we're accepting of people. And you guys just think everything's icky.
Are
and
you
sexual.
accepting of MAGA? Are you accepting of Trump supporters?
No, I do not have a tolerance for intolerant people.
So you don't accept people. You just lied and contradicted yourself.
I have an intolerance for intolerance.
Did you guys tolerate Charlie Kirk?
Did you guys tolerate Melissa Hortman?
Who was that?
Exactly. You
Did
guys
we
do-
celebrate it? No,
No,
you guys
Trump
celebrated it.
Trump didn't mention anything. I didn't celebrate. I didn't let anybody celebrate it here on my channel. Charlie Kirk was a horrible human. He was horrible.
Right, by having open dialogue and giving people a platform. Such a bad person.
Yeah, and espousing white.
All he did was talk to people.
Christian nationalism, radicalized children and people.
How
Against
dare
drag
he
queens,
have his own beliefs?
radicalized people against trans people and gay people. Said
No, he
extremely
didn't.
misogynistic things. He was a white nationalist.
All he did
espoused-
was speak what he believed.
I know, and that was very problematic. So did Hitler, right?
So you don't believe in free speech? You
No.
think people should be killed for it?
No, I don't. I think that it was bad.
You
that
just
was
said
killed.
he was a terrible person because
I
he
think it was
spoke
bad
what
was
he
killed.
believed in.
I think he was a bad person. I don't think he should be killed. But
Because he has different views than you, he was a bad person.
well, yeah, he's a Christian nationalist.
So I think you're a bad person because you're a liberal.
Okay, but you'd have to tell me the like problematic ideology I have that's harmful to society. Charlie Kirk, he told y'all that gay people, trans people, drags like little children. When the stats show it's the church, so he's basically just run cover for the church. He told y'all things like that immigrants didn't have due process rights. He told y'all that Democrats want to make this nation less white. He perpetuated great replacement
do.
theory. That is great replacement. That is a white nationalist idea.
Democrats hate white people. They think we're the enemy of the entire world. They blame white people for everything.
Dude, you guys are such victims, white people. Man, dang, we're so oppressed right now.
I never said that we are. All I said was that left wingers hate white people
It's not
simply
true.
for being white.
It's not true.
They think that we have privilege.
That I hate anybody who is a white nationalist, though. I think that you othering people by their skin color, I think is gross, disgusting. I don't want anything to do with you.
So Black Lives Matter, you should hate.
I don't know what that means.
You should hate the organization of Black Lives Matter.
I don't like the organization of Black Lives Matter
Because why?
because they're against all police.
And because that they're a nationalist group for their race.
Sure, I don't like the movement.
And they cause
I don't like
terrorist
the
acts.
organization. I like the movement.
What's the movement? There's really no cause for the movement.
Okay, just like you don't like Nazis, but you just kind of like their movement, the white nationalist thing.
Never said that.
You like white nationalism, right?
No.
Yeah, Charlie did. He got you to like it.
Where
You
did
love
he
it.
ever say he likes white nationalism?
He perpetuated great replacement theory, the thing I just told you. It's white nationalists.
What's white nationalist? A nuclear family? Being a Christian?
I don't think
That's white nationalism?
I don't think that spells how big the family is. It just says what color, white.
Where did he ever say, I want white nationalism? Can you give us a quote?
Yeah, Democrats want this nation less white.
That doesn't mean he wants white nationalism.
It's called the great replacement theory, okay? Let me show you. This is what it is. The great replacement theory is a far right, that's you, white nationalist, anti-immigrant conspiracy theory alleging that the replacist elites are deliberately orchestrating the replacement of white European populations with non-white immigrants. This goes all the way back to like Europe and all these other countries who had far right movements. So they just come and just say it to you, and it works the same way. And basically, Charlie Kirk said the exact same thing. He says the great replacement theory is not a theory. It's a fact.
Yeah, they're trying to import the third world into the United States.
Okay, and third world
Wouldn't
people
you
are
agree?
automatically not white, is what you're saying?
The vast majority of them aren't.
Got it. So we can
Is
see
that
how
true or is that
problematic-
false?
See how problematic your ideas are?
That we shouldn't just import everyone else from the rest of the world? We should have
It's
laws?
fantastic for our economy. It's fantastic for our crime rates. It's fantastic for everything besides white nationalists and their feelings.
Why don't African countries import white people?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Why don't they do that?
Why do you have jealousy problems? Why
Because
don't
they have their own culture, and
What
they
do you
want
mean?
people to assimilate properly.
You can't assimilate. So you haven't assimilated to the fact we're a melting pot, right? We've started out. We have Italians, we have Irish. All these people who came here decades ago, they all assimilated. But you can't get over the fact we have a new group of people coming in. And your fifis are here.
No, you just don't believe in border laws or immigration laws.
Of course we do. We have plenty of border laws and immigration laws.
That's why y'all obstruct ICE and don't let them do their jobs.
ICE is just a propaganda machine, and
That's why you ride in the streets.
There's no benefit to mass deportation unless you can tell me one.
Lowering crime.
It raises crime.
How would it raise crime to remove criminals?
Because even if you deport 10 million people, you'll only get rid of like 30 criminals, and that doesn't do anything besides hurt the economy. There's less people buying things, less people renting things, less people paying taxes. It fucks up our economy immensely. If you were to flood the population of Texas and double it with non-citizens, crime rates would fall by 1/3 because they are less likely to commit crimes. When they're here, they commit crimes at a rate 1/3 or 1/4 that of a U.S. citizen. So they're literally, if they steal a stick of gum, they get deported, so they don't commit crime. It makes the country
Yeah, you
way
shouldn't
more
steal.
safe. Yeah, I know.
You
but
shouldn't
they don't,
steal.
I'm just giving you an example. They don't commit crime.
They committed one by coming here illegally. It's against the law.
Okay, again, that's just your
So
feeling.
they do.
That's just your.
It's not a feeling. It's a fact.
60% of them are here on overstayed visas. We know who they are. This is just political. This is for Trump to get you upset.
It's literally a fact. They came here illegally.
I know it doesn't break my heart. People speed all day outside my house. I don't lie awake at night going, "Oh, these people don't get caught speeding."
Until one of them kills you in a car accident, and then you care.
48,000 people die in car accidents every year. So I think speeding is a bigger crime.
So that's why we have laws against it.
Yeah, I know, but if we spent $140 billion every year catching every single speeder, we would be in a police state. Nobody would be able to drive. Things would cost 7 times more because you get pulled over doing it. We can't afford to lock
obey the
everyone up
law.
who speeds. So we have to do discernment. So I could easily say we could save far more lives if we over-enforced speeding, but we don't do that. Even though more
So as
people
long as
die.
it's a petty crime, it's okay to you, in your opinion.
I think that you guys are just over
Shouldn't be worried about.
crime for political reasons, just like weed. So weed is illegal federally, right? And there's certain states that have made it legal.
So I should be able to drink and drive as long as I don't kill anyone or hit anyone?
No, that
Why?
has bad outcomes. That can kill someone.
So does speeding.
Yeah, I know it has bad outcomes, so it can kill someone.
That's why they outlaw it.
Yeah, I know it's outlawed, but we don't track down every single person that speeds, right? Probably only like 5%, 1% maybe.
What does that mean?
Right? Your feelings aren't hurt that we don't track down 100% of people who speed, but they kill.
We don't
people.
track down all drunk drivers either.
Yeah, I know, but they kill people, right?
So do speeders.
Yeah, yeah.
And illegal immigrants.
But y'all are focusing on migrants who kill almost nobody.
So do illegal immigrants. They kill people.
Yeah, they don't kill anybody.
Lake and Riley?
Yeah, that's one. Good job.
So it does happen. So you just lied again.
Yeah, I know. You guys are chasing down one murder with all of our money?
No, that's one example that you said didn't exist.
He's in jail too, by the way.
So you've been caught in your own lie.
Yeah, I know, but I'm telling you vehemently, like overall, the statistics show there's almost none. Like not even any worth mentioning. Not at all.
How are they not worth mentioning?
They're worth mentioning for political points, but if you were to sort all the criminals in the United States and then sort them by migration status, you would pull like literally almost nothing. And you guys are like, we got to get all the criminals. None of them are doing anything.
No, you realize that U.S. citizens commit more crime because there's more U.S. citizens than non-citizens?
Even considering per capita.
So what about all the trans shooters per capita? How about we do per capita about that?
The last 2 trans shooters were far right-wing white nationalists.
How many trans shooters are there?
4.
We need to crack down on this mental health crisis they're going through.
I need to crush this for you right before you get kicked.
We need to put them all in concentration camps.
1% of our population is trans, and 1% of our shooters are not trans. So you lost this big time. But
1% of our population
Amy, thank you for the $40 for the kick. Amy's in the chat. This is to kick the young Hitler Youth. Enjoy. I guess enjoy boot camp. Feed rapers curbs. Oof. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Oof. Oof, chat.
Hi, brother. You from Syria? Need help? Please, 5 minutes. Please, get the Blasio. 5.
That was kind of rude, bro. You just kicked that guy.
Yeah. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, but like I felt bad when you did that. The guy's in a war zone.
Yeah, you guys are deporting people who came from war zones and putting them in concentration camps.
Listen, you could have just sent that guy a gift and then kicked him. You know, he needed the help. You kicked him mid sentence. That was kind of rude.
Mm-hmm. Is there something
It was
you like
a little
about Trump?
insensitive. I like how he's deporting immigrants.
What's the net benefit of mass deportation?
I'll tell you, man, because our neighbors in South America, these people, dude, what they do, man. Have you seen what the cartel does to its own people? They're fucking brutal. They're animalistic.
What about when they get here? Do they do anything bad?
If we allow one cartel member that does that, then that's one too many, man. Have you seen the videos? I think you're downplaying this a lot by being smug, right? Like, wipe that smile off your face, dude. Have you seen those videos?
I think you are. You're saying that mass deportation is going to stop the cartel?
If we allow one cartel member in the U.S., that's one too many.
What are you talking about? We don't want.
Have you?
Do we have a high presence of the cartel that we're finding?
Well, when we have immigration, eventually we're gonna have a cartel member here, like from South America.
That's not happened, right? It sounds like they're making a lot of money over in Mexico.
Can you guarantee that hasn't happened? Can you swear on your life?
I'm asking you, why are we doing mass deportation? Just in case we catch a cartel?
Have you seen what they do, man? Have you seen what they do?
You guys have spent so much fucking money. It's more money than any military on earth just to catch one, maybe, cartel person?
Pickles, you want to allow people who torture and mutilate their own people into this fucking country. The stuff they do, bro, it's disgusting.
They don't do that when they're here. That's not happening.
They
here.
don't.
It's not happening.
They
here.
don't do that when they're here.
Trump does that to people. I'm sure Trump does that to people in.
Shut the fuck
it's a terrorist
up,
group, right?
man.
Trump is starving a whole country right now. Trump is starving.
You're pretending as if Trump is beheading people, dude. Shut the fuck up,
Trump
man.
Has literally took the power away from Cuba. Cuba is in crisis. They are fucked. Millions of people will die.
You support the guy Trump arrested?
No.
So what are you talking about, dude?
Cuba.
How is that relevant? Why are you mentioning Cuba and what we do to Cuba?
You don't give a fuck about migrants and other countries until it's convenient for you. Trump is putting these people in prisons in El Salvador that are for terrorists, and you're pretending that deportation does something about the cartel. Deportation doesn't do anything about the cartel.
First of all, dude, Cuba is starving themselves. They're fucking commies, and they don't know how to do a proper system.
That's not true. That's not why they're starving. It's because of Trump.
Everything is Trump's fault, bro. I'm sure your divorce is also Trump's fault, dude. You gotta grow up. Dude, you have to grow up someday, man.
Daniel,
hold on, you have to take.
You need to grow up.
You have to take some responsibility and stop blaming the big bad wolf.
Do you
right?
know? Do you have any idea what Trump's doing to Cuba? Or are you just saying this?
Just because he's putting restrictions on Cuba doesn't mean he's starving the fucking people,
Yes,
dude.
yes, he is.
Really? Do you know what kind of restrictions he's putting on Cuba?
Yes,
Is he restricting them?
He's
What?
restricted all of their energy. 90% of their oil, their energy, they are lights out. They have their energy grid is at failure. It's gone. They don't even have a refinery if we were to give them oil to refine it and then start putting the power back on. They don't have a way to clean the water. There's going to be people dying of cholera and of all sorts of diseases here in about 2 weeks. They have nothing. They are fucked. 11 million people. Trump did this, and people are sending humanitarian aid. Trump stopped them in the water. They're at a standoff.
First of all, dude, you have this over-exaggerated view on what these restrictions actually do. He's not putting restrictions on flour being sent to the country. He's not putting restrictions on bread.
Did I mention those things?
He's putting restrictions on things that lets a country like Cuba prosper. Have you heard of the Cuban Missile Crisis, dude? We can't trust that fucking
Dude, what
country
are you
with
fucking
anything.
to? They don't have power to run water.
Every country has power to run water almost.
They
dude.
don't have power right now to run water because of Trump.
Well, first of all, they still have access to water. They still have access to it through aid. Cuba gets aid.
No, they don't.
I'm
Trump
dumb.
stopped
You want
the
to
aid.
look this up? You want to look this up?
Who's giving them aid right now?
There are several aid groups around the world that are giving them aid.
And no one's made it, right?
Are you saying there's not a single Cuban with water right now in Cuba?
Not with clean water now.
Look it up. Just look it up then. You show me the proof.
Yeah. Cuba is facing severe ongoing water crisis with over 3 million people affected by shortages, crumbling infrastructure, lack of electrical power to pump water. Residents often wait weeks for supply. The water is frequently contaminated, making tap water unsafe for drinking and brushing teeth. They don't even have a way to boil it. They don't have a way to do anything.
Show your screen. Is it an AI overview?
Yeah.
Well, could you look at an actual source?
Another crisis. Water shortages. That's October.
El País English. Is that it, man?
Food and water supplies threatened under U.S. Pressure UN. The whole UN is completely fractured because we are being so ruthless, unhumane to them. We're being so ruthlessly horrible to them. U.S. campaign to block Cuba's oil imports is deeply humanitarian crisis on the island. The United Nations said Friday as Mexico and other countries shipped food and emergency supplies.
So they're being shipped food and emergency supplies, right? They just don't have their oil. Is that it?
Yeah,
they don't have their oil.
They don't have energy at all.
Their citizens are still living, right? They still have food, water,
you're
the things they need to survive.
At least
you care about the commie state. You care about the You're a piece of shit, bro. You want people who are disgusting criminals and rapists to come into the country. You're disgusting.
They don't come.
You're fine with that.
So,
dude, you're so ungrateful for how fucking. Hold on, you're so ungrateful for how fucking safe you are in your country. You're so disrespectful. You're so disrespectful to your own government.
I can't wait to
your
go
own
outside
institutions.
with a gun in my back pocket and get shot to death because I have it. I can't
Dude,
wait.
if you lived in an uncivilized world without the institutions you rely on, you'll be fucking done. Listen, you could not defend yourself. You could not protect your own. Hold on, you could not protect your own family. You'll be fucked. And still, you're sitting in that fucking gaming chair, complaining all day about your institutions in front of your $1,000 PC. How about you shut the fuck up and stop being such an ungrateful one?
Trump cries all day. He's a billionaire. He cries about a situation for 5 years. Y'all loved it. You voted him in because you felt
what
so
situation?
Bad for him. He was crying because he was being politically persecuted by the law, and all these people are suing him because he went and fucking essayed people. Dude, give me a fucking break.
Hold on, so what is your contention now? I'm confused on what you're saying.
Dude,
Trump
you're calling me a crybaby? You elected one into office. He cries all day how the news hates him, how he gets treated unfairly. He compared himself to the Jews when he was talking to the Jews about how he's treated so unfairly.
So when he says the media is representing him unfairly, that means he's crying?
Yes. Yes, he says mean tweets, he says mean shit like y'all like him to all the time, and then he cries when it bites him in the ass. He cries so hard that no one likes him.
First of all, when people talk about Trump in that kind of light, it's not really helping anyone. When they say Trump looked sick, Trump could barely stand and hold his own and talk, that's just demeaning behavior. It's not benefiting anything.
Same thing with Biden, right?
What about Biden?
When y'all did that to Biden.
Hold on,
when
do you
Biden,
have a henna tattoo, bro?
No, henna's not a tattoo, dude.
But you have henna on your hand?
You're talking about mandala.
You call it we call it henna in some countries, bro. That's for females. I'm not even kidding. That's for
henna is
girls.
Temporary.
I know,
henna
but
is
it's
a
for
plant.
Bro, it's for girls specifically. Like in cultures, they use that for girls. They don't use it for men.
My tattoos are permanent.
At Rico Suave
I'm talking about the back of your hand.
$5. Your mic is so low you could
your right
barely
hand.
hear it on you, and the guest is so loud.
I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for the super chat.
I'm talking about your right hand. What is that?
It's mandala. It's mandala. Okay, you're not gonna not know what it is and then tell me what it is and what it means.
Is that permanent? Is that?
Yes.
All right, because from where I was looking, it looked like henna or whatever, man. We were talking about what were we talking about? Sorry, I lost my train of thought. You were saying Trump gets represented unfairly. No, you were saying Trump is a crybaby because
he
doesn't
cries
like
constantly. Yes.
Show one video of Trump crying.
Yeah. I'm just gonna Google Trump complaining. You'll let me. You can choose one. I don't know. Trump complaining about his broken news teleprompter.
And I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter, because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble.
That was actually kind of decent of him, but he never lets anything go. Anybody who's ever slighted him,
are you kidding me, man?
He remembers it. You need to just watch Trump in a new light. You need to be like, is Trump complaining
was that
today?
Your best example, bro? Seriously,
dude, this was the first thing I pulled up, dude. He
that
constantly
really,
cries.
Sounded really wholesome. Like if you thought something bad, then you just have.
He constantly cries about the news portraying him wrong. He constantly cries about how I don't know. He's being treated unfairly. That's literally a word he uses 100 times a day.
If you seriously saw that video and in the light that he was crying, then you just have really bad inner hatred for someone for no absolute reason, right? On just false pretenses. Like if that's really
he complains all the
time.
He complains all the time, dude.
Yeah, and the video you showed was really wholesome in my opinion. I didn't think anything bad of it. You think the guy went in backstage and smacked the fuck out of the guy who was working on the teleprompter? Like, no, man. Like, what are you even saying?
Dude, Trump complains in all caps on Truth Social all day, every day.
You have such a bad view of someone you've never met. You've never talked to the guy. You don't know anything about him inherently.
Yeah. Tell me how much you like Kamala. Tell me.
You seem to blame the guy as much as Groypers blame the Jews. Everything is the Jews. Everything is Trump for you. Like that's just your thing. Like no, like I got an F in school.
Trump is
it's the Jews apparently. Like it's what?
Well, Trump is the source of a lot of our problems. He's the source of 25% of this country's debt. He's the reason the country's divided. He's got people like you, gung-ho, ready to do insane things that are dividing our society, like mass deportation. Half the country doesn't like it, and you guys are over there saying, fuck you, fuck your feelings, we're doing it, and you don't care about the implications.
Well,
you guys...
is it Trump's fault you have myopia, man? Are you going to blame that on him too?
What's
like,
myopia?
when are you going to grow up and take... What do you mean?
What's myopia?
Like, you need glasses or whatever. Like, you have bad vision. Is that his fault too? Are you going to blame him for that as well? Like, when are you going to grow up and take responsibility for certain things?
What am I supposed to be responsible for? I'm out here trying to tell y'all and keep everybody informed on how bad Trump is. That's what I'm doing. It's my responsibility.
You're not informing anything, man. You're just making shit up at this point. Like, the way you're interpreting this couldn't be farther from like what it actually seems like for most people.
Mm-hmm. And you guys looked at Trump and thought he was a good leader, so I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, I think he's doing good. If you don't like him, that's fine, but you shouldn't like hate on the guy and wish him bad stuff. Like, have you seen that? You just left me. That's fine.
Have you seen? God King super chatted $5. This guy was completely wrong about henna BTW. During Hindu weddings, men will have a ton of henna done to their nose. Nothing about the world.
Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck about that? We're not talking about henna right now, and that wasn't the main thing. It just caught me off guard. Who gives a fuck? See, when they can't talk about the actual politics of what we're talking about, that means they're really just grasping at fucking straws.
And that's what you did when you talked about my tattoo, right? That's what you did?
It caught me off guard, and I mentioned it, and then I went right back to what we were talking about. But listen, man, what was I going to say? See, these things catch me, and I forget what I was going to say. Well, yeah, when it comes to Trump, I don't think he's doing that bad. And, you know, he's done some good things, but you just won't acknowledge it at all when Trump does something. But you cannot like Trump at all. Like, you cannot like him if you want, but you shouldn't wish bad on him. You shouldn't wish that he should, like, be unalive and he shouldn't be living anymore, right? Like, have you seen that one guy that, like, he puts his degree, he says, like, he's got a degree in this and he's been doing it for 20 years, and that Trump has dementia and he's going to live for, like, 3 months at the most, and then 3 months go by and he's just like, oh, he's going to live for 1 month more. See what you're doing with your fucking hands there? That's disgusting, man. You guys grandstand all the fucking time, but when it actually comes to your morals, they're not consistent at all. You guys have to grow up someday.
I can actually hope somebody who has caused this world to be fractured, he has caused the entire world to turn against the United States. Wishing him to die of natural causes is generous.
So you wish Trump death then? You wish him death?
Natural death. Quick, speedy.
Have you talked to, like, a psychiatrist about this, man? Maybe a shrink? That's not a regular thing. That's not something that's just the status quo. Like, it's not... Like, you talking as if the guy committed G-side, man. It's time you grow up.
Hey, do I need to remind you about Cuba real quick? What's going on?
You keep on mentioning fucking Cuba, but the source you mentioned proves you wrong.
What does it prove me wrong about?
You're just reading fucking headlines. You're saying because Trump won't let Cuba have oil and prosper their fucking commie dictatorship, that means he's a bad person. They still have food. They still have water. Just the fucking state. We can't help the state get richer. We can't allow that.
Now, you guys are for anything and everything that Trump does. It's disgusting. You just back it. You're on defense for him. You guys are political hacks. You don't care. Everything he does, you have to figure out why it's okay, and you got to make fun of us for it first. But, like, Iran, you don't know why we're going over Iran, do you? You cool with that? You cool with us starting a new war?
Iran?
Yeah.
What about Iran?
Yeah. Are you cool with us doing what we're doing there? You ready to go for war? Go to war for Trump and his friends?
Isn't Iran? They're having like a government.
Yeah. Is that why we have 2 fucking military vessels outside of Iran right now? Because the people are upset.
Hold on. You keep on just throwing these random countries in their conflict with
yeah.
the US,
Read the fucking news, bitch.
What? Wow. You're gonna talk.
Sarah, thank you for the kick. Dump needs to go to the light. Thank you so much, Sarah. Chat, follow the stream if you enjoy the debates. Hello.
Who's next? I'll go.
Hello.
No, I'm sorry. I don't know how.
It's okay. Love you. Chat, tap the screen if you enjoy these debates. Follow. If you want to debate, hop in the box. Trump, no politician in history has been treated worse or more unfairly. Thank you, Bertie. That's what I needed to show him. We talk to that guy all the time, guys. His voice is starting to crack. I think he's hitting puberty. I would concede that Bernie was treated unfairly, but he didn't cry about it for 6 years, 10 years. If Bernie went and campaigned and talked about how bad the Democratic Party shafted him, cried about how his campaign financing and all this yada 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 from the DNC was cut, we would think he's a moron. Shut the fuck up, Bernie. It worked for y'all, though. What's your opinion on drug cartel yesterday? Is it safe for my kids to go next week? Are y'all going to Mexico, dude? Yeah, we're gonna be live for State of the Union. Bro, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if I'd go. I got a feeling U.S. is involved in that cartel killing, right? We are the ones who fucked all that up. Yeah, they told Americans shelter in place. Mexico military did it, but in conjunction with the United States, is what I heard. Hello.
Hey, Pickles. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Coming in.
Are you a Trump supporter?
So I voted for Trump. I am a conservative, a traditional conservative, and I'm at the point now where I think I can't support him any further. I'm not the person to vote or to worship people like their NFL teams. So I was just curious. I watch your content all the time. I learn a lot from your content, and I'm not going to take a ton of your time. Is at any point like the Trump worship going to get so ridiculous that maybe we can switch from just people who support Trump, who are clearly getting to a point of just blind following, to maybe where we can debate about conservative versus liberal views? Is that something you'd be looking for?
Sure.
Okay. And sadly, I'm actually going to be terrible at that as well, just because I'm not a very good talking head. But I was just curious if that's something that we could get to, because at this point, watching conservatives betray conservative values just to support the man in office has been very frustrating to watch as a conservative who would love to have constructive conversations instead of just calling each other evil for the sake of benefiting whoever's not us. But I'm gonna keep watching your stuff, and I'm also gonna get off because I don't have a whole lot constructive to say now, other than is that something you see in the future? Just because it's gonna get to the point where it's ridiculous and nobody's learning anything. It's just us calling each other names as the pedophiles that run everything keep going.
Yeah, I love talking about that like generally. So even if you want to talk about that right now, I'm down because no one else is in the box.
I'm gonna warn you now, as a renewable energies engineer with a construction degree and all that kind of stuff. I'm not gonna be the best at that, but I mean, as soon as somebody else who's more educated and likes to debate wants to jump on, you can just let me know, kick me, and bring on the next guy.
Sure.
But one of the topics that I think super interesting right now and very prevalent is how do we solve immigration? Like, how do we solve the issue of letting in the people who are going to help benefit the country, also letting in the people who need safety from whatever they're running from, but doing it in a way that allows us to know who's coming in the country, and also blocking people who would intend to do harm to American citizens here in the country. I think that a solution. Go ahead. No, you go. You go first.
I think generally both sides want that, and the second the left comes to the table to try to like streamline the process for immigration, the right hates that. Right, does not want that. We're almost at a stalemate at that, and we've been like that for like 30 years. Nobody wants to loosen up those restrictions and make it more streamlined, even though it is helpful for our economy. But it's not a thing, and I think the right likes to portray the left as like this open borders party that like we don't want vetting and we don't want this or that. That's not the case. I think mass deportation is a really silly answer to all of this. Like strong borders, fine. More judges is fine. There was a bill that was going to be passed last year or the year before, co-authored by James Langford and a few other Democrats and Republicans. And it was supposed to hire like judges. It was supposed to do like what everyone thought was kind of appropriate to change some laws of the border and kind of ramp up the security and do some technology scan for the F drug. Like I think that's fine, but to politicize it like this is it's getting old. I wait for the day that conservatives as a whole wake up and just see that there's no reason to keep worrying so much about immigration. Like I just feel like we're just going to keep recycling these talking points for decades or centuries. Hey, these people aren't the same. Let's kick them out. Like,
right. I think so. When I talk to friends that are conservatives, again, not talking heads, not watching Fox News or Newsmax or any of those, but actually talking to the people, that are in the same job as me and stuff like that, that have that same, we have a very similar belief system that I think is super important, which is keep the people in here that are being productive, who are just here. So I was the guy that got laid off because they brought in spite workers that were Haitian immigrants. They brought in 3 buses of them, laid the entire union off for that solar project, Blattner Energy. I actually just got the settlement for that one as well. In that situation, even as a conservative who has heard the echo chamber of Haitian immigrants are bad, they're all illegal, they're eating cats, dogs, whatever you want to say, none of that's true. As a conservative, and the other people that were there that were conservatives as well, we didn't blame the individual people that were there that were just trying to fend for their families and provide a better life for them. The people that I was mad at was Blattner Energy, who very well could supply them. Like if we have an issue with illegal immigration, I'm not mad at the workers that are doing it. I'm mad at the companies that could give them green cards so they could be here illegally, but won't. So I think that there should be more penalties towards the companies that are hiring people and not giving them green cards, not giving them opportunity to work here legally. And have that be an opportunity, as well as speed. I think that a lot of conservatives would also agree with the idea of fast tracking people here who the only crime that they committed was coming here illegally, and since then have been productive citizens. That frees up judges to be able to bring in more cases forward and stuff like that. So I think that's something that liberals and conservatives that are not talking heads, that are not just trying to perpetuate hate and everything like that, can agree on. So I think that like your supporters, the people like me who watch you but don't necessarily agree with a lot of talking head topics could come together and be like, to our would it be constituents or basically the legislators, and be like, hey, we all agree on this, either do this or we're going to vote you out of office and vote somebody else that will do that.
Yeah.
As James just said, super strange take from a conservative. My recommendation would be talk to your friends that are conservative, talk to the people in your community that are conservative. And if you go in there with the idea that these people, just like Pickles, loves America and wants to see the best out of the American citizens and see the best for American citizens, probably have a lot of similar ideas. So I think that'd be something where if we could get that voice forward as again, you're not going to get it from Congress, you're not going to get it from political party elite, but if we talk about it as the minority, as the smaller majority, I think that we could eventually push that forward. I would hope so.
So my other gripe would be, like, that's obviously. I feel like any default stance you come up with like that is just a liberal stance. Anything outside of that, I would say, is just conservatism, like anti-immigration, all that stuff. It's very easy to get like the older crowd to be upset and worried about new people coming and about speaking other languages. And I think it's tacky and all. I think that conservatism leads to a lot of that and a lot of division, and that would be one of my takeaways from this. It's not that you guys might be able to meet us in the middle. It's that more than likely, um, conservatisms will get votes and gain traction by othering them.
I can see that, yeah. So that's definitely, as somebody who calls themselves conservative, I definitely tend to lean more liberal on that or in the middle. So I think that I'd argue that the people, again, that don't get to just give talking points to make money, to push more agendas and everything like that, would agree with me on the conservative party. The younger conservatives that understand how this works and aren't afraid of other languages, who aren't afraid of just people who look different than them. And so I think that that'd be something that can still have conservative value in it, or gain traction under younger conservatives. But it's like I said, I think where we run into really big issues is the moment that we talk to somebody who disagrees with us on the political aisle, it immediately becomes a situation of, no, you're just, a liberal fascist who thinks this. You're just a conservative fascist who thinks this. We don't get the chance to talk about it because, like I said, I think that in any other situation, the moment that I say that I'm a conservative, 90% of the liberal populace immediately has an image of me, what they think I am, and it kind of structures the debates.
I get that, but here's the other hard fact. There's literally no reason to vote conservatism or for conservatives anywhere in any government in any, like, every single metric I can show or think of when I'm thinking of like stats, like how each side performs, the conservatives always really underperform. There's no reason to like them economically, socially, in any way. So what I'm asking is, like, what are y'all conserving exactly? Like, my opinion is that conservatism is literally just insufficient. If you think about the world, it's moving every day. We have to move forward, we have to come up with ideas. AI is on the horizon. All of these things are approaching, and we have fucking conservatives trying to figure out how to keep things the same. Like, I don't see why. You guys are the worst in every metric, including life expectancy, divorce rates, graduation from high school, poverty, crime, every single metric. When we put y'all's policies to test in a stress test, like in a city or anything, they fall apart, completely fuck up everything.
I think that that's a common issue as far as actuality versus like conservative values. Like, me personally, I'm a fan of smaller government, like government with less overreach. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I think that's just a saying, and it means anything and nothing. I don't think that small government is objectively a good or bad thing. I think it's just a caricature of what someone wants to say when maybe they want to save tax money. But we're the United States. We're the richest country on earth. We should have a nice country. We should have nice airports. We should have nice things. We should have programs that work. We should have safety nets so that we can function more efficiently. Every country that has more of these operates better.
So I think that when I say small government, what I specifically mean is less government overreach in our personal lives. So that's what I don't. That's a conservative value.
Not really. That's like conservatives in anti-abortion laws.
What do you mean by that?
I live in Texas, where conservatives have made it completely illegal to get an abortion, even if you're raped. You have a $10,000 bounty on you if you get caught giving someone an Uber ride to get an abortion. They're also trying to write legislation to track you if you go out of state. They just used 30,000 cameras to track somebody down the other day that was seeking abortion.
Yes, that's the hypocrisy behind issues within the conservative party. I think that's completely wrong. So I think that is what makes me more of a traditional conservative than what we see in today's conservative policies. I don't think you should be able to do that.
I don't.
I don't.
I don't know. I don't see no conservative right now is for like less government. They're invading cities with the military. They're trying to crack down on TV stations and what they put out, news stations. Like every conservative has fallen over and lost their spine on this completely, and I just don't think that's a tenet of the left.
I think that's why we're going to get smoked in the midterms. I really do, because all of the things that the voting populace, the conservative voting populace, voted for, none of it is happening. So the things that we had asked for, none of it's happening. We're seeing no money from the tariffs. We're seeing so many problems. We're seeing new wars that could be on the horizon every day. So all the things that we voted for, we're not seeing any of them. The files was a huge one. That was an entire campaign in itself, and now we're honestly baffled. Let me reword that. Not honestly baffled. We're disappointed as in the fact that once again it's status quo. It's governing bodies protecting themselves. Super disappointing in that. So the problem is, I still like the idea, like the things that they campaigned on, I would still support that if somebody was actually going to enforce it, move it forward. So those are the things that I agree with. I think that tariffs could be a useful tool. I think that proper immigration, I apologize, I'm butchering the wording, but not necessarily enforcement, but the way to fix our immigration thing is super important. I think that putting America first in a lot of ways is also incredibly important. Stop giving money to other countries going to war. And that includes that, as a Christian, that actually includes Israel. Funding them as much.
I think we have to be more nuanced than that. Like, I think to a very uneducated person, the America First movement was like very nationalist. It got you real pumped. But then you ask a conservative, hey, in what way would you be okay with the American government investing in America? Where can we take money and give it to people that need it? And the second we introduce that to a conservative, it's socialism. We want safety nets, feed poor people, house poor people, all this stuff. Socialism. That's socialism. They ask, how are you going to pay for that? How are you going to do that? They don't ask those questions when we do giant tax breaks and bankrupt the country, which is what every single conservative has wanted. The champion of the conservative party, Reagan, has fucked up our economy for all of perpetuity. Our economy is absolutely fucked because of the head guy, the shining jewel of the Republican Party. And if that tells me anything, there will be more to come that do the same stuff.
I think that where I would want to see, so again, as a conservative, where I would lean liberally or socially is on some of the policies. Like if we could come up with a system that would make sure that every kid gets a free meal at schools, and that's going to increase my tax dollars $1,000 a year, do it, run it, love it. I'd happily compromise on that and lean more socially, liberally than conservatively. I know that you're going to get the arguments from the conservative party that says, what about the rich kids that are going to take advantage of it? Feed them. Who cares? It's a rich kid getting a lunch. Not going to bother me at all. I think that where we could introduce where I think that struggles though is as soon as we introduce that, we get into a ton of government red tape, where I'd like to find a way to be able to remove that red tape so most of the money that is going towards kids getting food. I think that one of the ways that we could do that, because I run a small homestead myself, I would love to be able to donate food coming from my homestead, knowing where it came from, even if that means that there is small federal regulations, which means somebody comes out, observes our stuff to make sure that we're not poisoning kids. Where we can donate that, I think that becomes a great opportunity. And if that ends up resulting in me getting a tax break from the from that $1,000. I think that's an awesome system. I would love to find a way to be able to do that. I know that where I'm at, I'm out in Rochester, New York. So Batavia did that, not the homesteading part of it, but the free lunch for kids. It's awesome. So that's something where I think that conservatives and liberals should come together and absolutely push that forward. And if there's anybody stopping that from happening, or anybody trying to introduce red tape to make it more difficult, or so that more of your tax dollars go to administrative fees than it does actual food, vote them out of office. Whether that's a conservative, whether that's a liberal. And I think that if we start taking even just small things like that and starting to do that and push it on a large, then keep on growing it, push on a larger scale, that's where we'll actually start to see change, where conservatives that are in office will actually be true, genuine conservatives. And we start to have conversations like that, instead of just being whatever is red I'm voting for, and whatever is blue I'm voting against.
I get that. Yeah. The thing is, like, that's a great gesture, and that might help some people with a little bit of outreach, or like on a very local level. But like the government, the U.S. government, the richest government on earth, with a military so big, it's bigger than the next state. We could easily just, as a government, be feeding people. Like China does it. China does it, and they have the nicest airports you'll ever see. They have no potholes. It's a beautiful country. They're doing fantastic. They have no homeless people. None. Why can't we do that? Why do we have this big fucking dumb military that conservatives have just poured? Trump is going to be upping the budget for the defense to 1.5 billion, or I'm sorry, trillion a year. Trillion.
We know why that is. It's 100% corporate greed. That's there. There's no disagreement whatsoever.
But every conservative, his first term, he dumped 2.2. The conservatives are just fucking. We are going to go bankrupt as a country over conservatives enriching themselves with the military-industrial complex and going to war and trying to win elections by going to war. Because when you're in war, there's all real gung ho.
$1,000 for a bag of ball bearings, like a local company that is right in Rochester does, and that is L3 Harris. They charge $90,000 to the government for ball bearings. I'm totally aware of that. So again, what I would say, where if we want to talk about issues within the conservative movement itself, we want all of these things, and then we don't vote for those things. We vote for whoever is red, no matter what they're pushing, and then of course, big surprise, they don't actually they talk about it and then don't push it once they get there in office. So if that's something that we want to agree that the Conservative Party sucks at, completely agree. We say that we want these things. We vote for the person that says that they also want those things. We don't hold them accountable afterwards when they don't do the things that we asked for. So I completely agree with you on that. I don't know the Liberal Party as well for that. Like, I don't know if they do the same thing. So that's something where as a party, we need to do a better job policing ourselves, and maybe in the same thing. Because I think, and I might be wrong on that, and I can't give you specifics on it, that it's very similar, where liberals get into office, they make a bunch of promises that they can't keep, and then we don't hold them accountable afterwards when they don't keep them. And that's because that's something that I see in the Conservative Party all the time. I mean, so one of the things that the Conservative Party is pushed for, and something I agree with, is voter ID is important. I think that you should have a form of ID to prove that you are who you say you are when you vote.
This is a product of years of propaganda from the right. There's no state in our country that doesn't require an ID to register. There's not a single election in the past 30 years you can point to that's had a high amount of fraud. There's not a single election that has more than a couple dozen undocumented migrants participating. So this voter ID thing is literally just voter suppression. And when you look at all of the politicians that push it, they're literally all racist pieces of shit. Every single one of them knowingly is doing this to marginalize minority groups, people of color, poor people who do not vote Republican. This is voter suppression. So millions of people will not show up to vote, and this will win Republicans' elections. That is all this is used for. No matter what else they say, that's it. That's it. That's all they're doing. They know this too. Every single one of them know that this will not change the outcome of an election in regards to fraud. It's all about voter suppression. This is not an opinion. This is a fact.
So Pickles, I have to show a couple things. I have to show an ID every time that I buy alcohol at Wegmans.
I don't care.
So
I don't care.
it's not a ridiculous thing, but also I think that talking point that voter IDs are inherently racist is bad on both of these things, because I guess the question I'd ask you is, what minority group is not smart enough or capable enough to get an ID?
Nobody's saying that. We're just doing data. So if we look at the data, we'll just see that millions of people, mostly at the bottom half of the economy, mostly of which are minority groups, will not vote.
Because they have to show who they are?
Yes. So close your eyes. We're in a country of 350 million. You guys change the voter ID laws nationwide tomorrow. We have an election in 9 months. How many people are going to show up with an expired ID and not be able to vote? How many people can't take a day off of work or a week off of work to sit at the DMV for 8 hours and do basically a poll tax and a scavenger hunt for you to vote? All of these people have already registered with an ID, by the way, mailed it in at the threat of a felony. They are not committing fraud. This is simply for voter suppression.
So if you put in a system that says, hey, by this time frame you have to have an ID, and we put that in ahead of time, and you don't go out and get an ID, that you got to take some personal responsibility on that. Now, if there's something,
it's just a numbers game. That's just okay. You can sit here and think it is an individual. This is just a numbers game. Okay. Think about why they want this. This isn't about personal responsibility. This isn't about, oh, if that guy can't have his valid ID at this date, he shouldn't even be allowed to vote. That's fascism, all right? We've had tons of Supreme Court rulings on this. This is a poll tax, by the way. If you guys ever want to get to a point where it's a ID required at the point of voting and you issue them all voting registration cards and all of this is free, I'm all for it. Every single liberal's for it. You'll never get somebody to fight back. Y'all don't want that. You guys don't want voters to show up. Your side does this. They have think tanks. They do the numbers on this all day. This is what they want.
I just want to make sure that I understand you correctly. You're saying that if there was a way to create an ID for voting that was free to the people doing it, you guys would be for that?
Yes.
Interesting. So I've never heard that talking point before, or I've never heard that pitched. I'd be good with that. I've got no issues with that.
This is dude, again, your politicians have all heard this. Your politicians all know that the multiple Supreme Court decisions behind this and the fucking age-old argument that this is a poll tax. This is not new to them. They are lying to you. They are pushing these horrible messaging things, saying, oh, I need an ID to buy bread and all this stuff. They're just getting you upset so that they can push their voter suppression laws.
Interesting. So I wouldn't say I'm upset about it. Like I said, I haven't heard that idea before, but I'd be for that. I guess the only question that I'd have, which is a very stereotypical conservative take, is how do we pay for it? So
okay,
how would you...
The same way we paid for the Gulf of America, that was $4 billion. The same way we paid for all of these insane tax cuts. Every single time Democrats are in office, we reduce the deficit. Every single time y'all are in office, you explode the fuck out of it. You fuck it up. Don't ever ask how Democrats pay for anything. We pay 70% of this nation's bills, and y'all go spend it.
So you're saying, just to be understand, we'd have to raise taxes for... We would have not raise.
You don't ask these questions when Trump wants to buy a golden dome. You don't ask these questions when we're about to start war with Iran. You don't ask these questions when Trump is doing $140 billion mass deportation. This is so much cheaper than all of those things.
So I disagree with you there. I personally do ask those questions as a conservative, because I don't like the idea of us spending money on stuff we don't need. I'd rather get the opportunity to keep my money and donate it to the people in need that actually do need it in my local community. And
yeah, but
I'd rather...
You are unique. You are not everybody. We have to think of as a society. We got to think of all the failures and types of people. We got to do this as a society. And if we want this to work the best, we can't just cut everyone's taxes and promise that you're going to be a good person with it. We have to have the money to pay for these programs because we're falling behind. Every country that is ahead of us in medicine has socialized healthcare, and they raise taxes, but it's cheaper for everybody. Same thing with this. All these things where we might raise taxes a little bit, it all comes out in the wash and it's cheaper. It makes our economy more efficient. It makes social mobility more efficient. So if there's free school in a country, people don't have to worry about working while going to college. They perform better while going to college. They don't have to worry about paying for their dying mother, who's on a hospital bed all day. Like it's while they're in school. Like all of these things go away.
So, Pickles, what I'd recommend that you do is I don't think that I am the exception to the rule. I think that just like I said, we all get into our little our little bubbles where we're scared of hearing other thoughts, and we've convinced ourselves the other side are monsters. And again, I'd argue that the political elite on both sides are monsters, but I think that the everyday you and me's aren't. So if we had these conversations like you and I are having right now, I think you'd find that there's a lot more of people like me that aren't MAGA cultists, that aren't worshiping Trump like he's an NFL team. As a Bills Mafia member, I know pain in the people that I worship, and I'm not going to do that on a political stance. But I think that there'd be more of them if you just get the chance to talk to them. And of course, I've watched your show long enough to know that people get on here and have absolutely zero interest in having an intelligent conversation with you. They're looking to either troll, they're looking to just push the agenda and then move on without actual intelligent conversation. So I know that that is the loud minority, but again, I think what's important is recognizing that it's the minority. Every conservative that I talk to that I'm friends with, when we're talking to people, like when we're just having these conversations, we agree with it. Like we agree with a lot of what the talking points that you come up with, maybe a little nuance here and there on how we would see it happen. But as far as the idea that immigration needs fixing, completely agree. How we help the people that are struggling right now, completely agree. If the issue truly is that people that are minorities cannot get access to IDs that give them the opportunity to vote, then that's something that we definitely need to fix. But I think that we can have, in that situation, we should try and work towards a compromise where the conservatives get what they want and the liberal party gets what they want, and as long as it benefits the American people. If that's the idea that now, because
yeah, that used to happen, and I know you're not a Trumper, but that's why we don't. Ever since Trump, we haven't had that. So anybody who has any semblance of Trump and his type of politics needs to be thrown out.
I think that the I as sad as it is, I miss Mitt Romney, not because I wanted him as president, but because at that point in time we could actually listen to conversations with Obama about how policy and politics actually would work. I think that as a party, we need to start saying, hey, if you're not going to talk about politics, or if you're not going to talk about policy and how you're going to better the American people, and all you're going to do is slander the other side or slander the people you're going against, get off the stage. And as the American people, recognize that these people are only slandering each other and never telling you how they're going to make your life better. Completely agree with that system. I know that for the love of God, if I am ever in a position to run as in any electoral position and I'm there, we're in big trouble. But that would be the main talking point that I would have is, hey, if we can't talk policy, then there's no point in us being on the stage. And anybody that can't talk policy, the American people need to remember that when it comes to voting. Completely agree with you on that. And I think that a lot of conservatives, a lot of libertarians, and again, a lot of the liberals that I know would agree with that.
I still don't. I know you said you're a conservative. And you're saying all these things. You're saying things that are common sense. You sound like a reasonable person. I'm stuck at where you're clinging on conservatism. Like looking at this like baseball cards. Like I said, on one baseball card, it's like, do you game?
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
What do you play?
A PC 3 months ago that placed in the top 3% in performance, and now it's probably not even close with the 50 series coming out. But I play Helldivers, I play Borderlands, I play Apex Legends, stuff like that.
All right, yeah, okay. Borderlands. Think about two weapons laying around. One's gray, negative all stats, fucks up negative 50% gold find or something, and then you have another gun, and it's like plus 50% gold find. All this. That's Democrat and Republican when you look at it. Like, Republican policies really just fuck up the economy. I just don't see where you would ever want to try it more. They just don't. Can you show me a time period or a state or a country that does the type of conservatism that outperforms liberal ideas? There's not one. They don't even come close. It's like a debuff. for the country. Like, we don't need that. But they don't do anything productive for us. They fuck up the economy in every instance. They fuck up society. They fuck up in every aspect of it. Besides just saying that they love guns and God, there's nothing unique to the Republican Party that they can offer you.
So again, I think that it's values versus party is a big difference. I think that there's a lot of benefit to having less overreach in the government. I think that it would cost us significantly less. I think that the idea of a stronger border would also benefit the United States people.
But nobody
I
doesn't
but
think that. Everybody thinks that.
like that is a conservative value, or at least that's what the Conservative Party has claimed as a conservative value, and
I
that
think I think it's all they got. I think they just don't have anything to offer you, so they kind of make it seem like they're the only people that care.
So I think that less government overreach in a lot of things would be beneficial to the American people as long as we came up with a better system for doing said things. Because I think where we run into issues is we put a government body in charge of something, and then what would have cost us $10 now costs us $50 after you go through all the administrative fees and all these other things that could be done.
There are cost preventative things and programs. Yes, like ICE is the perfect example. Well, not even like if we could deport people for free, it still wouldn't be good. But I agree, but it doesn't mean that every program is cost preventative. Like, I was recently looking at, there's a study that goes across 4 big cities in the United States, and for every dollar they spent on the homeless population, they saved money. No conservative wants to hear that. No conservative wants to look at that with nuance and be like, dang, I wonder if we could do more of that. Because the second they come to tell a conservative how this is a good idea, that's communism, that's socialism. They're not critically thinking about this. They're not equipped with the tools to actually give us the legislation we need.
I think that's a fair point. I think I'd have to look into that further. Where I, as a Christian, where I would go to that is for the homeless people. I think that that's where the church should be stepping in, stepping up, and helping people, not with any type of religious caveat, but just as Jesus would do it, just because they need the help. So that is something that I think that as a Christian, that's where I would say, as you know, in the private world, that's where we need to step up. I don't want government to be in charge of that. I really
think
don't.
it's necessary. I think the second we just trust churches to do the right thing, like if we'd have just taxed them, we would have solved homelessness. There's math on that. Like, we could have easily just solved homelessness, and like nobody would be hungry at all. But they're not doing that. They're making mega churches. They're making money. We can't trust them to do it anymore. I think they need to pay taxes, honestly.
So I think that that's something where I would disagree. I don't think they need to pay taxes, but I think that Christians need to be better about being Christ-like. So I think that that's something where, of course,
It's not a law. We can't pass a law like that. We can't just go around and say, "Hey, y'all need to be more Christ-like." That's not an action we can take.
I understand. So that's not something that I'm saying like, hey, you know, that's more of an ideal world thing. Like, I think that we as Christians need to be better about actually being Christians and doing Christ-like things. So that's where I would want to go towards, is I would want to start putting pressure on churches as a Christian to start actually helping the people, the community that they're around, instead of just taking it in and building mega churches. Completely agree with you there.
All of these Christian people that have spent the last 2 years demonizing NGOs for feeding homeless people and people coming to the border, demonized them. Trump cut off all aid to them. All of the conservatives fell in line. He also cut USAID. All the conservatives fell in line. Millions of people will die. Some church may go out and try to recruit more people to come be brainwashed with them by handing out some food. It's not doing anything on the level of USAID.
So I think that one of the big issues that I have with USAID is the same issue that I have with any of these government programs. It's the amount of waste that goes into them that's unnecessary. So what frustrates me as a conservative, if I'm spending $1,000 on something, for example, like I had said before, feeding kids in schools, and I find out that $800 of it, which of course is a completely made up number because we don't have that system in my school, is going towards paying people salaries to be able to regulate things, to be able to. Now I'm frustrated because that means that only $200 out of the $1,000 is actually going to feeding those kids, which is significantly less kids fed.
That is necessary. That is unavoidable. That is absolutely necessary. And that's just a talking point to get people upset. No matter what you do, if you want a far-reaching, thing to go around and feed people and help people. It costs money to do that, and there's no way around that. So that's where I think you guys get cut with like this small government mindset where people can point to administrative fees that go into these types of things. And while with the right overreach or oversight, we could fix it. But like for every penny that we send overseas, it's something like 7% gets to a terrorist organization. And if you ask me, I I will take that all day. If that feeds a million hungry kids and then a dozen terrorists get a new gun, I'm all for it. I think that we have no choice. If it were no terrorists, that'd be great. That'd be ideal, but that's not going to happen. I think it's easy to demonize it for political purposes, but when you look at the amount of people who are going to die from AIDS, from they literally just had implants shoved into them for a clinical trial, and then when USAID was cut, they were just left with implants. The doctors didn't have funding to continue to like things like that. So immoral, so dehumanizing. And Christians did this. The Heritage Foundation did this.
What are the implants that you're talking? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with it. Just so I can learn.
For HIV and AIDS. I don't know exactly what it was. Same thing with Cuba.
It's probably like a scheduled
Christians
release of PrEP. That's more than likely what it is.
Yeah, that sounds.
Or wait, no, that's preventative shit.
Yeah, and same with Cuba's 11 million people. They're about to be in crisis, and the most Christian people you could think of right now are running the country. Pete Hegseth claims to be the biggest Christian ever. And, like, I just don't trust the whole Christian thing. I don't think if anyone says they're Christian, they're good people or bad people. I don't think that belongs in government. I think that the whole Christian values thing's worthless saying, especially after we've seen people like Trump come up and say he's Christian. I think it's very easy to fool people who are religious if you say you're religious. And I think it's a shortcoming.
I think that we definitely, as Christians, have definitely failed to be Christ-like. I don't disagree with you there. I think that I truly believe that Jesus wouldn't be welcomed in most churches in today's day and age. So I don't disagree with you there. I don't think that that's a reason to turn away from it, though. As a Christian, I think if anything, that's a point where we should, as Christians, should regulate ourselves and start calling each other out.
But I mean, how has that worked out?
I'm not saying that is something that has worked out, but I'm saying we need to keep doing it. I think that.
So you want to keep doing the same thing, expecting a different outcome?
Not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is where we. Did I lose? Oh, okay. I couldn't see the sound going on. So I think that what we need to do is be a lot more harsh on ourselves. I think that we need to start regulating ourselves again. And I'm not saying that it's worked in the past because we haven't actually done it. It's the idea that if you say. We're going to run an internal investigation and find out if there's any wrongdoing. But I think that if you're actually following the Bible, the way it's biblically put together, I think that that's something that we could do as Christians. We just haven't done it well.
Right, but you're kind of dancing around the question. You're saying that you want to continue doing the same thing, which is self-regulation.
So what I'm saying is I want to improve what we've done on the past and actually do it the right way. I think the way that you do that is at a smaller level. So I think that the best way that I can do things is I can help keep my church in line. I can stand up for those things. I think that as Christians, we need to keep.
What position do you have in your church?
I'm just a follower.
Oh, okay, cool. So if the preacher says "fuck off" and throws you out, how does that work?
Then I'm screwed. There's no.
Oh, okay, cool. So do you see how that doesn't really work?
So if the idea is that the small minority, the one person is always going to get kicked out, so don't do it in the first place, or it's not going to work. That doesn't seem that, historically speaking, I don't think that's.
No, you're saying that you are going to hold your church accountable. I just demonstrated how you have zero authority in your church, and you can be thrown out very quickly. People in churches are already primed to follow their pastor, as opposed to one of the congregants. So you could say, well, hey, pastor, you're not doing it right. You're not doing the Bible right. I know that you literally every single week, multiple times a week sometimes, talk about the Bible and give sermons and stuff, but you're not doing it right. And I, a random congregant that has been in this church for however long, am going to lecture you about the Bible. And do you think the rest of the congregation is going to go along with that?
I'll answer your question. Just a quick question before I answer your question. Do you go to church?
No.
Okay. So as somebody who goes to church and has had this situation happen, the idea that you're painting that nobody would stand up with me is just categorically false. And it's happened in churches that I've been in the past where the pastor did something wrong. 90% of the congregation disagreed with it. We spoke up about it, left said congregation. That church doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, okay. What was it that the pastor did that was wrong without being, giving away any certain details?
No, absolutely. Embezzled funds.
Sorry?
Embezzled funds.
Oh, okay. Does the church still embezzle?
The church that's there, it doesn't
No,
exist.
not that church. Not that church. The church.
As in like an overarching church. Absolutely.
Oh, okay, cool. So you and your congregation holding your pastor at the time accountable for embezzlement had zero effect on the broad behavior of embezzlement within the Christian religion, right? So the Catholic Church, obviously, tons of shady shit with that, right? The Mormon Church, holy God, holy Joseph Smith, the amount of embezzlement and shenanigans with money in the Mormon Church, right? There's a lot. The Southern Baptist Convention, not exactly like a church, but close enough. Not embezzlement, definitely crimes against minors. There's a lot, right? Those are just 3 examples that I came up of off the top of my head within Christianity, right? People are saying Scientology. No, I'm not talking about that because we're sticking to Christianity specifically, right? So you and your congregation holding a pastor accountable for bad behavior however many years ago did not affect change.
Completely disagree with you. It affected change in my own community. And if the answer is if it's not going to affect it on a world scale, we just shouldn't do it at all. I completely disagree with that. I'm going to help the people that are in my community, and the church that I'm currently a part of doesn't have that same issue. So no, did we change the Pope? Absolutely not. But we did change our community, and I think that's incredibly important. So I'm a little confused if you're saying that doing things on a small scale because they won't affect a large scale is worthless. I disagree with you there.
When we're talking about nationwide politics, we are talking about a large scale.
So one of the things that I usually push for is local politics because
that's a cop out.
No, because I know that I can't affect politics on a national.
Sure, you can.
Me personally, no, not really.
Yeah, no, absolutely, you can.
So at this point where I'm at right now, not really. But what I can do is I can.
Oh, okay. So no, you can. And do you know how I know that you can?
Go ahead.
And I know that you know that you can.
I'm listening.
Did you vote in the last election?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, fascinating.
Okay.
Did you vote in the election prior to that?
Are you guys not hearing? Am I cutting out? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you dip in and out of the audio.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I voted in both elections.
Okay, cool. So you vote in national elections, but you insist that your vote or that you have no power to affect change on the national level. If that's true, you shouldn't be voting in national elections.
Fair. I should walk that back. Can you hear me okay?
Kind of.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure why that's happening. I'm sorry. Is it?
Try talking again.
Yeah. Sorry. Test.
That's infinitely better.
Sorry about that. I was just far away from my phone. So I should walk that back because I can see that you're right. Saying that I can't affect anything on a national level is not true. But what I can affect significantly more is my local community. And I think that if we did that where we were all trying to improve the lives of our local community, I think that would actually do more leaps and bounds for us as a nation than it would be only trying to affect things at the national level. Does that make sense? Is that something we can agree on?
It's 2 sides of the same coin, right? So you're saying that, we should focus on the local level, but we should do so at a national scale, right? You're saying everybody nationwide should focus on their local level, right? Okay, so that would also be saying to participate at a national scale. So I agree with you that people in general have more power at the local level, and they're able to see change more quickly at a local level. But that is irrelevant when we are talking about things at a national level, which is what
I
you
also-
and Pickles have been talking about as it pertains to tax policy, as it pertains to feeding children, as it pertains to foreign aid, as it pertains to healthcare. Why? Because of economies of scale. Whenever it comes to healthcare, especially economies of scale, collective bargaining, that's how that works, right? If you replace the private insurance industry and you go to Medicare for all, everybody gets healthcare, the end. That's a national level, right? You can sit here and tell me or extol the virtues of participating at the local level as it pertains to insurance, but I can tell you, Cigna, Anthem, and Aetna don't really give a fuck about your local neighborhood, right? And they have hundreds of billions of dollars telling them how little your neighborhood matters, right?
Got you. Yeah, I think that that's one of the things that I'm going to always be weak on is national politics, and it's because I focus more on local community. Which, of course, the problem is I can't debate with Pickles on my local community's policies, like what's going on right now in my local community right now, where we have a bunch of people that are just passed a law that allows them to sell government property without giving notice to the people, which is hugely corrupt. It's just the people in power giving them the chance to buy government property without having competition. But obviously, that's not something that Pickles is going to be able to debate on. But I think that where we can agree and where we can find things is like, hey, on a national scale, if we started focusing on our communities, like as a country, if we decided, hey, we're going to focus on our communities and see what we can do for our local communities, I think that's where we can have a really good conversation that can actually affect change.
No, what you're doing right now is talking about talking. That's not affecting change. You're talking. You're saying, well, in a hypothetical situation, everybody nationwide can focus on their local communities, and if we all chip in and we all volunteer at our local level, or speak out at a local level, or get involved in our local government, blah 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 blah, then we can really affect change. Again, you are expecting people at the local level to participate in any number of actions that they may or may not be able to, or they may, and one of the key reasons that they might not be able to is because they don't have the resources to, right? So for instance, Appalachia, right? I can tell that you're white. I'm also white. Okay. Yeah. Pickles is also very white. Okay. We're all three white dudes up in here. We could probably start a band in the early 2000s. Okay. So as it pertains to Appalachia, which is very, very white, right? It was hollowed out because we outsourced all of the industry that was in Appalachia, and the people there have only suffered as a result. Nothing filled that vacuum except for illegal substances and crime and dreams deferred. I say this as somebody who lives I grew up in Northwest Georgia, which is like the tippy bottom of Appalachia.
Yeah.
So
I'm familiar.
So to that point, you telling me, hey, you just got to participate in your community. I don't live there anymore, but telling me, or someone that still lives there, just participate in your community. Dude, it is trailer parks for miles, and there is more substance from Breaking Bad coursing through that area than there was in all of Breaking Bad, like the entire series all at once. So my point is that me participating at the local level, I don't have the resources to affect change. That's why national politics matters, because federal dollars can change that, because areas of the country that have abundance of resources, like LA or New York City, wherever, right? If you have a shit ton of money in a certain area of the country, and you have nothing in another part of the country, no amount of you saying, hey guys, let's just focus on our neighborhoods is going to fix the fact that you've got people that don't have a nickel to their name, and you got people that have more money than they could know what to do with in 10 lifetimes, and how we need to distribute those resources.
And by the way, huge
that's
corporations,
why federal government
huge
exists.
corporations, yeah, lobby and get billions of dollars every year. And all we have to do is say, hey, y'all shouldn't do that. We should get some of that. Like, it's that easy. Hey, instead of building a fucking gold dome, instead of fucking glazing our troops pointlessly when we're not even in war, while the last war we went to was completely a red herring and we were fucking tricked into doing it. Like, we could just not do that and have nice things. I actually just watched a really good video on this. Nemo, have you seen John Carrico on TikTok? Dude, everyone right now needs to go look at this guy named John Carrico. He talks about the thing that got us into Iraq. He talks about the informant, and his name is Curveball. And the Germans had this guy. The German intelligence had this guy, and they said, hey, he's so sensitive that y'all can't talk to him, but we have all this information. This guy said that Iraq or Iran had weapons of mass destruction. They had delivery systems. They had bioweapons, everything. And they didn't vet it, but this is exactly the informant that we use to go to war in the Middle East. And we come to find out, this guy was a fucking dishwasher at a restaurant. And he just decided one day to go turn himself into authorities to try to get U.S. citizenship by throwing out a bunch of fake information and being an informant. We gave that guy, I think, gave him something. That's the whole reason we went to war for 20 years. You imagine what $20 trillion would have done to this country?
Right. No disagreement there. None. Yeah, I won't defend the war in Iraq. Won't do it.
Yeah.
As far as what you were saying before, though, is I think that the part that you might have missed is when I'm saying that we should affect things in our community, it's not just talking about talking and then not do it, because the next thing that I had said was making sure that our kids have school lunches. So that's something that would be the next thing that I would want to talk about. So that I would say that would be, that's not talking about talking. The next thing is, how do we get that done? So that would be the action part of it.
Universal free school lunch at the national level. Simple.
I think that doing it at the national level is not a good plan, though. I think doing it at the local level is a significantly better plan.
What's the difference?
Because if we do it at the local level, I'm only working with one person, maybe two people, maybe three people in the administration that's in charge of that for my school. And I can work with those guys. I can set up a system, like I said. So I have a homestead. I could set up where the veggies that I have that are excess, the meat that I have that's excess can go to those schools. And that's just me driving right down the road to my local school. If I have to then take all the food that I have that I don't use preservatives and all these other things to then send to at a national level and then bring that back down, I don't think that that's going to work as well.
What do you mean send to the national level?
Then don't do that. Then don't that. You know what doesn't expire? Tax dollars. Like you can just, you know what doesn't poison people with cholera and shit? Tax dollars.
So
how do you think it would be administered? How do you think it would be administered in the way that I am proposing? So at national level,
you would have a so if you're asking me how your system would work, I don't know, because I'm not putting your system forward. I can tell you how my system would work.
So you're misunderstanding what universal free school lunch is inherently. It's tax dollars.
Right. So
it's funding.
So what I'm telling you, though, is I can see where a half of beef, which usually costs anywhere from $1,200 to $1,500, is going to be more useful to the kids at my local school than $1,200 to $1,500 going to the national level with taxes.
No. The national. So okay, Jesus Christ. Okay, federal dollars would go into the school system to fund free school lunch. This would be it would be administered ultimately at the local level, because that's how school works.
So once again, so let me ask you a very specific question. Which one is going to benefit a kid at my local school more? $1,200 to $1,500 worth of actual food at the cafeteria that came from my homestead, or $1,200 to $1,500 at the national level going to the free food for high school kids.
You're missing the idea that like everyone would be doing this.
I'm asking a question. I'm asking that specific. Which one is going to be better though? Because there's objectively one that is better.
No, okay, well that's because you're objectively misunderstanding what I'm saying.
No, I'm asking you a question.
It's not giving kids $1,200 to $1,500 or families $1,200
Right,
to $1,500.
so I'm not saying that.
It's literally saying that the government will cover the tab of the school for them to feed children. That's it. It's not taking money up to the national level and then it gets lost in a bureaucracy. You understand that, right?
Yes, but what you're not understanding is the specific question that I'm asking. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm asking you a very specific question. I'm putting the dollar amount of what I have, putting that towards an administration, saying that this is what it's going to. Which one is worth more? $1,200 worth of taxpayer money or $1,200 worth of beef that is going directly to the school? Which one is more valuable to the students there? That's a really simple question.
I think, Elias, I think that you are thinking inside of a vacuum. So, like, if you were paying that money, everybody else would be paying that increase of money. Schools would be shitting money out of their asses. Every kid would be eating filet mignon, and it's cheaper, more efficiently than you would be able to take it and drive it an hour while it's cold and reheat it and have them check it, and make sure you're not poisoning people, and make sure it's halal or kosher or whatever, or vegetarian or not cross-contaminated or it doesn't have allergies and it doesn't have all these things. We could just literally, we have to do this safely. So your simple fix, well, nobody else is going to do that. Less than 0.00000% of people are going to go do the thing you're saying, but 100% of people will be subject to pay taxes at a local level that will go and for sure feed a child. So you're trying to fix and escape taxes and government programs by trying to be a good person. It's just not, it's not a fair trade, because the most of America is just not inherently just good giving people. No one else has the ability to go do what you're going to do. You can do that on the side. You can't roll that into what you owe society for taxes and roads and infrastructure and military. You can't roll that into that. I mean, we could write a tax law that you could, but
I would
like,
right.
It doesn't.
I would
solve
do.
anything.
So obviously I can't prove this right now because I'm talking about friends that I have talked to, but what I recommend is ask your local farmers if they'd be willing to do that. Because I know all of the local farmers that I know, and I've talked to them about it, absolutely said that they would be completely on board for that. Now, of course, saying you're on board for it versus actually doing it, two completely different things.
But
how are they getting paid?
Yeah, like every single one of these people could just take that money and pay taxes, and it would be way better.
So
I do
for
not
me,
want,
it is a lot.
I do not want
Go ahead, sorry.
random farmers bringing children food. That should never be a thing, ever.
Why?
What do they? Is it supervised? Is it up to health code?
So now that I wouldn't disagree with you on. I think that if you need people in place to be able to supervise that and make sure that it's healthy, completely agree.
Well, then we're already
This is literally reinventing the wheel.
Yeah, like
because that's called the USDA. My God.
They have food vendors that are literally just already certified. So I think one of my food vendors at my school is like Aramark or some shit. They were certified. They did things up to par. They were licensed by the government. Like, this is what you're talking about that we would have to do. We've already did that.
So again, I think that if you just set up a system, and I don't think it's different. Nemo, you can roll your eyes at me. You still haven't answered the question that I asked you, and I know that you
because your question is
because it's going to get paint you in a way you don't.
No,
want
it's nonsensical.
No, it's
and I'm sorry that it triggers you that I'm rolling my eyes. I will do so harder if it gets under your skin.
Not triggered at all, man. I think that we can have a productive
why'd you remark on it? Clearly, it bothers you. You want me to continue to roll my eyes?
Pickles, this is exactly what I was talking about.
Okay, now you're going to turn into a victim. You see that? You see that?
I don't think so at all. I completely disagree. So if we can get back on topic, that'd be
you didn't have to get off topic, so continue.
So, let me ask the question again then. What is more valuable to a student? $1,200 worth of beef at the cafeteria or $1,200 going to a program. Sorry, that's my dog.
$1,200 going to a program.
$1,200 going
Easily.
to a program. That's not how
Easily.
that works.
Easily. So you taking people food once is not even close to the whole country contributing. Not even close.
Again, I'm not going to be able to worry about the whole country. But what I can do is help my local school do that. And
right.
I think
So if you're giving beef, that means fuck all the people with beef allergies. That means fuck all the people that are vegetarians.
So
that
what
means
did
fuck
I,
all the people
so
that,
Nemo, what did I say earlier that I also have?
Okay, cool.
I
Continue.
have vegetables as well. And if I
Excellent, you
can't
have
supply that,
vegetables.
if I
Cool.
can't supply that, the local guy down the road can for me.
You're
That also
volunteering
has
him?
milk that has.
No, wait, you're volunteering him?
He already said that he'd be willing to do it.
Okay,
Again,
how are you guys getting paid?
it's a donation. You're not getting paid.
So you're saying that you have the capacity to donate it right now?
I'm sorry. Well, my dad was calling it. It cut out the audio. Can you say that one more time? Sorry.
You have the capacity to donate this right now?
Absolutely. It's in my freezer. I
Why
can do it
don't
right
you
now.
feed the homeless with it?
Why don't I feed the homeless with it? Because
Yes.
I don't have the ability to do so. You
Sure
can't
you
just
do.
donate. So the beef that I have currently, I can't just donate to the homeless.
Why not?
Because it's not USDA approved.
Why isn't it USDA approved?
Because my homestead doesn't go through USDA stuff. What do you mean? You have to have a supervisor come.
You
'cause we
realize
don't
that
sell-
anything that you were to give to children would have to be USDA approved, right?
Right. So if you create it,
So then
if you
so
want
what
to
you're
talk
telling me
about-
is that you would be willing to make it USDA approved if you're feeding kids.
So what I'm saying is if we could create a system that would make it very easy and affordable for people to just come in, have one person check to make sure that things are correct, absolutely. I don't disagree with you there.
So you're fine with just making it USDA approved?
Having somebody come in and do that, if it means that it's not going to cost an arm and a leg for me to do this, then absolutely.
What is an arm and a leg?
If the beef is $1,200 to $1,500 worth of beef and it's going to cost me another $800, it's no longer something that I'd be able to afford.
You can't
Nor
afford
would most of
$800?
them. Comparatively, absolutely not.
But
For
you can
12 to
afford to give away
$1,500
$1,200 to $1,500 of beef?
Right, because $1,200 to $1,500 of beef is already a half a cow. I already have the other half a cow. That's pretty simple farming.
So again, dude, you're saying that you have this and you would be willing to make it USDA approved in this hypothetical situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, and so you're saying that you'd be willing to donate it, right? Because you're not getting paid.
Right.
And surely you would not write that off on your taxes.
That's not what I said at all. Right.
There
We already
it
talked.
is.
Nemo, we already talked about
Somebody's
this.
getting something on the back end, aren't they?
Right, Nemo, we already talked about this.
Okay, so we're doing a write-off. We're doing a write-off. So this is a
if you were
charity.
listening, what I had said is, if you have an option where you either pay the $1,200 or you donate $1,200 worth of food, and then you can write that $1,200 off, how does that not work for everybody?
I don't know. It just seems way more complicated. Yeah, just sell the food and find something else to write off. Sell the food, keep your $1,000 instead of making a free $1,000 through your tax loophole or whatever. Just keep that. Just sell it. Make $1,000.
So if I sell it, I still have to do the same USDA approval. That doesn't change.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Now you're not carrying it to some random school where it might only be like 1/4 consumed and might fall to the scrutiny of a sensible board of people that says no, some random person can't come bring and feed our children food. I don't know.
I also don't want to depend on the charity of
The local people
your
whose
neighborhood.
kids are going to the school.
Yeah, like
I don't want to have to depend on your charity.
We can't depend on it because it's just not efficient. You're not going to be doing this forever. This is going to be a thing that happens like by chance. Like this isn't a program, so the downtime on it is 99%. The efficiency is 1%. It does nothing for us. It doesn't change us as a society. We are the United States of America. If you are a proud patriot, that means you love your fellow Americans. I care for my fellow Americans. If my
Agreed.
tax dollars were to
Completely.
go do anything, it would be that. It would just please double it, like you said. And while this whole idea of like you doing and taking care of the food thing for food assistance for people ultimately is silly. 1.6% of our money from the federal government feeds people. 1.6%. For Republicans to ever worry about welfare and WIC, it's a red herring. It's sad.
So again,
it's not
so
worth
I can't.
scrutinizing.
I guess I'm respectfully going to have to disagree with you on the importance of it. I think that feeding people is incredibly important.
No, you
I
don't.
think that
Then why do Republicans roll back welfare and WIC every time they're in office, and they propose cuts to Social Security and cut people off of Medicare and Medicaid? These are things they always go against, whether you're a MAGA or just straight up conservative. That's what they do.
I completely disagree with it. I do. I really do. I think that if you could have we could create a system that'd be way more efficient to get more single mothers the money and food that they need to be able to feed their kids, I'd be all for that.
Yeah, it's called WIC and SNAP.
Again, like
I think that system's inefficient, though.
Oh, okay. So just because you think it's inefficient, it's what?
By what metric? By what metric is it
we should-
inefficient?
I think anything that requires people to spend more money on the administrative end of it than the actual money going to it, it's ineffective. And I'm not saying that means we should get rid of it. I'm saying that means
that is what you're saying, though.
That's it. That is
every time I tell you I'm not saying something, you just say no instead of telling me how I'm not. Because the next thing that I just said, Nemo, was I think that we should find a way to improve it. So I don't think that you're talking to me, or you're not listening to hear me. You're listening to argue.
I don't think you have an actual criticism of it, because if I were to ask you the efficiency of WIC or these programs, would you have an answer? Like, no.
No, I wouldn't.
Like,
No, you're absolutely correct.
I think
Yep,
people
you're
have
correct.
generally just pointed to these programs and be like, oh, well, there's fraud. There's all this stuff. How much? How much is it? There's always going to be fraud in any program,
Totally
right?
fair. Right.
So
no, I don't disagree with you there. No, I can't give you a specific example. You're
this
right.
is what
But
we know about
I guess
WIC,
the question
though.
I'd ask, if I could just finish that point real quick, the question I'd ask is, do you think that government programs are inherently efficient?
Yes, especially WIC. WIC and SNAP create, for every dollar is spent, it creates $1.50 of economic movement. So it is huge, and multiple, like thousands of grocery chains rely on WIC's income. You can literally see they stock the shelves the day before WIC comes out. Like, they rely on it. It is a very good thing for our economy. It creates stability for these stores too.
I'll have to look into that. No, I appreciate the education on that. I could be completely wrong.
170.
Do you think that
not
Medicare is
150.
more efficient than private insurance?
I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I am probably one of the most ignorant people on health insurance that you can meet. I don't know anything about it. I don't know how it works, so I wouldn't be able to give you a point on that. I truly don't know, Nemo.
And someone says WIC was created by Black Panthers. That is worth noting. Let me see.
Yeah, it was modeled after the Black Panthers. Yeah.
Was
That's
it modeled after the Black Panthers or
Yes.
created? Which one was it? Was it created?
The Black Panthers had a system that they developed in, I believe it was California, and they were doing it in their communities, and then WIC and SNAP were modeled after that.
Yeah, they did free breakfast for children program, and the government established a program inspired by the success of the program.
No way. That's cool. Good to know. Learn something new. Is
The
there?
reason-
Go ahead. Sorry. Nope.
The reason
please.
that I say that I respond by saying no, you don't, is because actions speak louder than words. You voted for Republicans. Clearly, it's not important.
Right, and what I had said was I actually regretted that vote. I do.
How many times have you voted for Republicans in your lifetime?
I've been able to vote 3 times. I voted for Republicans twice.
Straight down the ballot Republicans?
Oh no, I'm sorry. No, not just red. I voted for, in the presidential election, I voted for Republicans twice, and then
Okay.
third party. The first time that Trump ran for office, I voted third party. The second and third time, I voted for Trump.
Okay, and what about Senate and representatives?
The Senate and representatives I haven't voted in New York, which I understand that you should always vote, and I encourage people to vote on all of your stuff. But at that time, I wasn't educated in it, and the people that were running weren't going to make it anyway. So I was very much on my vote isn't going to matter. I disagree with that sentiment now, but at the time, that's how I felt.
So I feel like after this, whatever, 45 minutes we talked, you've kind of given us the gist that you're just like maybe culturally conservative. You like small government and Christianity, but you acknowledge that they tank the economy and they are very problematic. They are really bad for the budget. They're bad in just about every sense, economically, in every metric. But you do this because they're holding a cross or something.
No, so I apologize if I've given that misconception. I think that cultural or conservative values would benefit the country. I think that they are not executed properly. I think that conservative values would actually hurt the people in power that are there on the conservative platform, which is why they preach them and then don't actually practice them.
So everybody's just a bunch of rhinos, and someday, hopefully, you'll get a real Christian.
I think that that's accurate to say for all politicians. It's not rhinos, but that they're preaching a point that is going to get them votes, and then once they get into office, they don't actually do what they said they were going to do.
Then why do you participate in any election?
Yeah, I think it's like you could just look at the outcomes. Like when Democrats are in office, they like do things that are good measurably, and like the economy does good. And while you might be able to frame some of the things they say or do as deceitful, the outcomes are undeniably better, like far better. So it seems like if you were to gamble on people coming in and doing something good, I would gamble Democrat. I would gamble liberals. No matter how much they say they're Christian or whatever and have great intentions, every time it just seems like they're there to fuck up the economy and enrich very rich people. And the name of the game is just anti-abortion and guns and God.
So I think where I would disagree with that is I'm always going to vote the candidate that is saying the things that like is going to is the platform that I agree with. Very pro Second Amendment, very pro small government. If they don't do that afterwards, then the answer is to vote them out. If they're not going to keep their word, you have to vote them out. But I think that just voting for or saying that every single person is not going to follow it no matter what, I agree with you, Nemo. Then there is no point.
The outcomes are very bad though. So like they just say small government and God and stuff, and whoever just says it the best is good. You don't care about the actual outcomes.
No, that's actually the exact opposite of what I said. I said the people that I'm going to vote for are the people that say that, but the ones that don't follow through are the people you vote out.
But even if they follow through, the outcomes are bad. Even if they follow through with all the shit they say.
How is small government and the right to bear arms bad?
I think that both sides want to bear arms. I think both sides don't want like the government in the doctor's office and stuff. I don't think that's exclusive to some dude that just says it. I think it's just a dumb thing to say. I think it's a dumb reason to run or vote for somebody because they like guns and stuff.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But the right to protect and bear arms, I think, is absolutely important. And when you have multiple Democrats saying that they're coming for guns, those are people I'm not going to side with.
Who?
Beto O'Rourke.
What office does Beto O'Rourke hold?
Okay, so if you're asking me what he's doing now, then sure. But I didn't vote for that guy, and I still wouldn't vote for that. So
and he is not in any position of authority in the Democratic Party.
Right, because people didn't vote for him because he didn't
right.
agree. Right,
Which kind of speaks to the broader.
That I'm doing the same
speaks to the broader point that Democrats agree with you that the Second Amendment is important.
The voting class, correct. I don't disagree with you there. But what I'm saying is I'm not going to vote for the person who says I'm coming for your guns.
So you
so I'm going to vote
so
for
you are a partisan voter. You will never vote Democrat because someone on our side didn't like guns once.
Nope, not true. Not true. I voted for Andrew Yang in the first, I want to say when it was Trump was first going. So, and he was Democrat. So that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if somebody's saying that, like, if we're talking very specific to this policy, they're running on the, hey, my only intentions are to ban guns, then I'm not going to vote for that person.
I feel like that's sloppy language. I think banning ARs is fine. And I think that you're saying a lot again.
So quick question, why would banning ARs be fine?
I think that they're not necessary for civilian use, and they are very hard for the local police force to counter.
When you say, and just for clarification, when you say AR, are you talking the brand Armalite? And I'm not going to kill you, or I just want to understand.
I get it. It stands for Armalite rifle. I get it.
No. I'm not trying. It's not a gotcha thing. I'm just asking for clarification. Which one do you mean?
Okay. Well, I think that when I say AR, I'm talking about high velocity, high capacity, 5.56, 7.62. Anything of that nature that is semi-auto, especially auto or burst. We already regulate that, but I think that there's no case you could make where someone would need it. We can show how we can't govern it, that police are terrified to see somebody out in the open with one. We don't need that.
So, okay. So like you said, I'm confirming, you mean high velocity, high powered weapons.
Elias,
That's
do you practice the Second Amendment?
Absolutely.
How often?
What do you mean?
Do you go to the range a lot?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that if we want to talk about people somewhere where we can come together in agreement, I think
what weapons do you own?
I'd prefer not to talk about it on TikTok if that's okay.
Okay.
But
could you vaguely describe 2 weapons that you own?
yeah, sure. So I have one specific for hunting. I have one specific for self-defense.
Do you think Alex Peretti should have had a gun?
I'm sorry. Refresh my memory. Who is Alex Peretti? Was he the one that was unalived by ICE agents?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm not going to I'm sorry, it wasn't ICE agents, it was Border Patrol, but basically same difference.
Do you see all of the Republicans saying that that's not the case?
Yeah,
Who would be more?
Obviously, you can't look at my Facebook profile because it's private, but I actually went on to friends and said, hey, can we not, as a Republican Party, like as conservatives, we don't have to agree with everything that conservatives are talking about, especially this one. This is one that we should be wholeheartedly disagreeing
This is coming from the top, the middle, the bottom, every single part of your side. And I feel like
I disagree.
That is
I think the bottom doesn't agree with that. I think that the bottom doesn't agree with that.
You should see my Facebook feed. It's almost every MAGA voter. They're so partisan they don't care. And
right. So if that's the case, the people that I talk to, the people that are conservative, that are in my groups of influence and everything, they don't agree with that. So so if those are the people that are talking, it's absolutely ridiculous. And that's something that I completely agree with.
We've got Congress people saying
as conservatives
in your party. We've got Beto is a far stretch from being in Congress or in the Senate or in Trump's cabinet. Like these are all the people on your side. This is Trump himself and Pam Bondi have both said that there's some very damning anti-2A shit about taking the guns first.
I agree. No, I agree that that's terrible. I think that does prove my point though, that the people that are actually like traditional conservatives with conservative values are not the people that are in are in the positions of power right now. I agree with you.
And the people with those values would be liberals now.
I don't know if they'd be liberals. I think they'd be moderates. I think that that's not a stretch.
Elias,
liberals are moderates.
You just said that it's terrible what Pickles just said to you about Trump and Bondi. Their words about taking the weapons first, due process second.
Yeah, absolutely. Did
you vote in 2024?
I did.
Who'd you vote for?
I voted for Trump, and
okay,
the first
actions speak louder than words. Clearly, it's not that important.
Once again, I don't think you were listening to me, Nemo. I had said first thing I said was I did vote for Trump, and I regretted that, and it was the wrong choice.
Why?
Because he has done none of the things that he said he was going to do. He has done none. He has completely betrayed his the people that voted for him, and he has not kept a single
promise. How has he betrayed the people that voted for him? Are you talking about the words that were just told to you?
For the next comment I was about to make, which was he has kept none of the promises that he made when he was campaigning.
In relation to the Second Amendment, the words that were just said
in relation to the other things that he had done, like for example, releasing the Epstein files. He has done everything he can to avoid. So the platform that he ran on, I don't believe he ran on a platform of pro 2A. That's just, I think that's inherently assumed.
So you think it's inherently assumed, except that Pam Bondi and Donald Trump both said take the weapons first, due process second in the first term.
Right. So if you're looking for what I would want to do as a response, get him out of office. Vote him out.
You voted for them. Okay. Right. I'm gonna say it again because I don't think that you heard what I just said, and I think that what you think is that Pam Bondi and Donald Trump said take the weapons first, due process later. I think that you think they said. I'm sorry. I think that you think they said that this term. They did not. They said that in 2018.
I didn't know that.
Both of them. Donald Trump himself said, take the weapons first, due process second. Pam Bondi at the time was the Attorney General of Florida and was advising him in the White House. She was there like doing essentially what she does now. Oh, President, we're here to talk about how we should take the weapons. It was literally, you can find the news conference, but I mean, as far as the audio for this, hold on, Ed. Yeah, here you go, right here. Okay, I'm just gonna play it right quick. It's just the audio.
In the possession or might take the firearms first and then go to court, because that's another system. Because a lot of times, by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court to get the due process procedures. I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. He had a lot of firearms. They saw everything. To go to court would have taken a long time. So you could do exactly what you're saying, but take the guns first, go through due process second.
So that was said in the wake of Parkland.
Okay. Was that educate me on this? Was this in the idea that people who have mental health issues should not have guns?
So
was that? I don't know. I'm asking genuinely.
I'm
in
sorry.
the context of
Most PPers that do this actually don't have mental health conditions, so this would be this wouldn't help any school pupils.
So as far as what Pam Bondi was advising him on at the time, which she was in this press conference, she was talking about how Florida has red flag laws.
Mm-hmm.
But she was also extolling the virtues of taking the weapons first, due process second. And then Donald Trump is saying the same thing. Now, he said this in 2018. You were completely unaware of this. Now, if the Second Amendment actually mattered to you, you would be fully aware of this, because I also care about the Second Amendment and am an avid practitioner of the Second Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I disagree with Pickles on literally just like outright banning ARs, but I am all for regulating the fuck out of them, because I have no delusion into believing that the AR is somehow just another tool, right? It absolutely is vastly different from just your random hand pew-pew that you can go and pick up for a couple $100. All right. And the reason that I'd asked you originally if you were an avid practitioner of the Second Amendment is because if you are, then you know that you yourself have used the term AR in reference to a AR pattern rifle that you absolutely own, right? You have done that.
Again,
and
I wasn't
so
saying it as a gotcha.
Whenever you're quizzing Pickles on what do you mean, an Armalite rifle, or do you
again
mean,
once again
what do you mean an AR pattern rifle?
So once again, what I said was I am just asking for clarification so I know what we're debating.
It's an AR pattern rifle. That's silly. Like, I mean, I could quiz you. I could quiz you on the meaning of any word, and that's ultimately what this is. It's an AR pattern rifle.
So I understand something better.
It's an AR pattern rifle.
Can I add something?
Go ahead.
Sorry, this is like really important. I really find it fascinating when people bring up better work because they don't know the context behind the quote that you said that he said. Can I ask you a question? Do you know why he said we are going to take... That's not the full quote, by the way. He said, hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15, your AK-47. That's part of the quote.
I can't
give you know why?
Nope.
The last part of the quote is, we're not going to allow it to be used against our fellow Americans anymore, because the month prior, due to the racism pushed by Donald J. Trump, we had the El Paso Walmart shooting, which was in his district, where we lost 23 people and 26 others were injured from direct racism against Hispanic individuals.
So what was his intentions with the statement then?
The statement was because at the time in Texas, 49% of Texans were begging for harsher gun control laws, and 72% of Texans supported red flag laws.
Right. So what was his intention with the statement, though?
His intention was to support what Texans overwhelmingly were asking for, which is please, because you also probably don't know this, between the time that Better Work was in office, we had the Dallas police shooting. You probably don't know about that one, or the Sutherland Springs church shooting, the Santa Fe high school shooting, the El Paso Walmart shooting, and lastly, the Midland Odessa shooting. We had so many in such a small span of time that us as Texans were fed up, because our government was doing nothing to stop it.
So once again, I'm going to answer the same question because it hasn't been answered. What was his intentions? What did he want to do?
His intention was to protect Texans.
His intention was to remove AR platform rifles. That was
his intention was to protect Texans.
Right. So, and that is, so if you can protect Texans without doing that, if your intentions are to ban AR platform rifles, I disagree with that. I'm not going to vote for that.
Here's where it gets crazy. There are people like you. The majority of y'all have no actual ground to stand on when it comes to telling us economics, when it comes to telling us anything else. If this is your biggest hangup, which I think this is it, this is all you care about guns. That's it. You worship guns. You don't care how bad it fucks up our economy as long as your guns are protected. You don't care how many people die or fucking get kidnapped by the government and deported.
Pickles, that's not true. You know I'm not like that, man.
This is what's happening, though.
We've had so
40,000
many
people.
conversations, and I've never been that way with you.
40,000 people die each year from guns, and I think the party that's asking to regulate it sensibly is the party you should be voting. Any normal person should be voting for that.
So, once again, when you have a situation where one side is saying ban them, get rid of them, and
one side is not saying ban them.
No.
That is the overall talking point.
Can I ask one more question, if I might? Maybe Nemo and Pickles could help me. I am a femme person. Sometimes, my brain gets emotional. Does anywhere in the Second Amendment mention that you have the right to every firearm?
No.
That's fascinating. So I can't own a tank, right?
Correct.
I can't own a nuclear weapon, right?
Correct.
Neither of those are firearms.
Wait,
They're arms.
They're arms. You must not be clear on the Second Amendment. You have the right to bear arms. Doesn't mention firearms.
You can own a tank. That is something you
Oh, I
absolutely
can. I
Yeah,
can
you
own
have
an
to go. You have to
operable
go
tank?
through serious
But you can
government.
own a tank.
You have to go through insane loops to get a tank.
Right.
Why should I have to do that?
You're anti 2A if you're not for everybody and anybody owning a tank.
I completely disagree.
See how this gets weird.
Once again, if we want to have an intelligent conversation,
This is an
on
intelligent
something
conversation.
that myself and other conservatives that I talk to would agree with is I absolutely agree training is incredibly important. I think that being able to train people to be able to adequately defend themselves, be able to hunt safely, and also make sure that they're not doing things that could potentially harm other people just out of ignorance would be incredibly important.
Do you think that should be required?
Absolutely.
You're a Democrat.
Yeah, most conservatives don't think that.
So once again, all the conservatives that I talk to would disagree with you. So I would ask.
I mean, what you're telling me is that you're for big government then?
No, I think that you could do it in a private. I think that
No.
could do it
You
in
would
a
have to
small-
enforce it by law.
So on a federal level, yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean big government.
That's
You don't
literally
need
what
it.
that means.
So
Yeah.
once again, as a conservative, what I'm saying is it doesn't require thousands upon thousands of bookkeepers to be able to take care of that. Mind you, I have a very good friend who is an ATF agent, and I talk to him about this all the time. So where we disagree on politics, I can agree with him that I think that we need to do a way better job of teaching people safe firearms practices, how to store them properly, so we could remove a lot of the.
It's a pipe dream. It's a pipe dream. We need to stop people at the point of purchase. We need to do huge background checks federally. We need
So
to
if
stop the
that's a
straw
pipe
man.
dream, how is having a license to drive a pipe dream? You have to get
I'm
trained.
saying-
You have to go through that to drive.
I'm saying
So you
conservatives
could
will
do this
never
thing.
do that. Like, your party is so paranoid, just like you. Like, you heard Beto once say something, now you're like, never Democrat. Anybody who will fuck up the economy the least is my favorite.
So, Pickles, that's not true because I just told you that I voted for Yang in 2016. So that's also not true.
That's in the primary. That's irrelevant.
No, I wrote him in. I wrote him in for.
You wrote in Andrew Yang?
I did because.
Yeah, Andrew Yang isn't a great individual.
Wait,
but like
in
more than like a lot.
2016?
I believe it was 2016. I could be wrong about that.
2016 is the one where Hillary Clinton ran. Andrew Yang was not at a thing in 2016.
I could be completely wrong. Was it 2020? I believe it was the
Yang
first
was
time.
2020.
I apologize. My mistake. Then I screwed up the numbers on that, or the time frame. Apologies. But the
Again, your party
yeah,
is
go ahead.
literally just the party of guns, is what I'm hearing. Literally. Only. You guys care about your guns, and you guys will always, and you acknowledge, will fuck the fuck out of the economy. Like, bad. You fuck up crime, bad. Highly corrupt.
Elias,
But you
have
got
ever
your
looked
guns.
Have you ever looked into the assault rifle ban that was put in by Clinton, the before, the during, and the after? Have you ever
No.
looked into the trends?
Nope.
I highly recommend that you should. While it is contested that during the ban, do we believe that the ban itself drastically lowered the amount of mass public shootings? The one thing that is not disputed is the fact that the second the ban was over, they increased dramatically.
Just real quick, what is the name of the ban so that way I can look it up?
The 94.
94 assault weapons ban.
Say it one more time. I'm sorry.
1994 assault weapons ban.
Thank you.
10 years long. You just go to Google Map, like images, you'll just see like a nice graph.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because I just think it's interesting that that I actually am pro 2A. I just don't understand why people need certain high caliber weapons.
So I think that's also a common misconception, the high caliber thing. Most ARs that I know of, the platforms, are 9mm and 223. Those are usually the ones that I see. So and the reason that I'm saying that is I think that if we're going to talk about it in a broad scale, I don't know how you would regulate that. Like I don't know how
It's actually super easy. Other countries have done it with 0 issues. I don't know why you think America can't do it. Do you know what a buyback program is? Which, by the way, that was what Better Work was talking about, was a buyback program. This has been done in Australia and other places.
So I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. How exactly would you ban specifically AR style platform rifles without banning all of the other semi-autos? Or are you saying get rid of all semi-autos?
We would just do it at the point of manufacturing?
Yeah, point of manufacturing. I'm talking about specifically the ones that are being used in mass casualty events.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've gone back and forth on the 94 ban for different reasons, right? Mostly because the way that the 94 ban worked was what Artemis and Pickles just said, it stopped manufacturers from making new ones. But there was a grandfather clause. So if you owned one, you were allowed to continue to own one. If you wanted to sell it privately, you could continue to do that. It was only that like a range could not sell one, like a company could not sell one, and new ones could not be manufactured. So the issue that I've had with the 94 ban is I likened it to saying, okay, tomorrow a law is passed that Ford is no longer allowed to make F-150s.
They know.
So, if a law is passed that says Ford, you can no longer make F-150s. Okay. But there's a grandfather clause. F-150s are going to be around for decades at that point, right? Now, do I think that means that the 94 ban has no merit? No. I think that there is absolutely something there. It's just a matter of how to achieve that. So, in any case, as it pertains to banning ARs, Democrats are not broadly for that, and certainly not for coming and taking weapons. That is, I mean, you could maybe point to some Democrats saying, yes, we want to ban all ARs, but you definitely can't point to Democrats saying we want to ban ARs and then also come and take them.
I'm confused with the question. What's the question?
Your assertion is that Democrats are for banning ARs and taking them.
Oh,
and
no,
I'm telling you they're not.
Right. So let me say that what I'm saying is I'm not going to vote for a person that would do that. Now, if there's nobody that does that, great. But if you're asking me why I vote the way that I do or which one that I do, the people who are for banning weapons blankly, I can't agree with that. Because if the issue is, if you're saying that you want to get rid of all of the weapons that are being used in mass unalivings, there's no difference as far as caliber of bullet, as far as deadliness or effectiveness between an AR that is a 9mm platform or I guess 9mm is not the best because you can't, but a 223 that looks like an AR versus a 223 that is a semi-auto made by Ruger. Like, it's not going to be different.
Well, the thing is, we're not going to be doing this by looks. We're going to be doing it by caliber.
Yeah, so the AR, so the assault weapons ban, like if you're saying that it's purely cosmetic, I mean that's okay, but that wasn't the assertion. It was, I think that Artemis had said high caliber. Now it sounded dangerously like you were about to willfully and maliciously misinterpret what she said, which, to be clear, I mean, if you're going to be super pedantic about it, then it's going to be high power, right?
Not my intention. So if that's
okay, so it's a high power round, right? So a 223, because you were saying that, well, 9mm and 223, but it sounded like you were about to tell me that, well, actually a 9 is larger than a 223. Yeah, And
Right.
if you
No,
want to sit here
not my
and with a
intention.
straight
Right.
face, if you want to tell me that there is no difference between a 9 and a 223 in
No,
destructive
right.
capability, let me show you some pictures.
No, I completely no. So that was not my intention. I apologize. What the reason that I switched off of 9 was because there isn't really a good rifle comparison to a 9. At least not one that I can think of. So that was the reason I switched over to 223. It wasn't to paint Artemis in any other way. But I mean, so if we're talking high power, 308 is a pretty high power weapon, but that's very commonly
bolt
used
action.
in hunting.
That's bolt
Right.
action.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so if you're getting rid of just high power, now you're getting rid of bolt action weapons.
Yes, this is you being
we can just
intentionally.
you're being obtuse.
No, that's not purposeful. I'm saying.
I wonder if we can keep single bolt action rifles. Yes, you can. Yeah.
So if we're talking, so there's no intention of banning shotguns, correct?
Well,
that's not one of them.
No, I don't think we should ban shotguns. But you know what, Elias, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt here, and I really want to ask you this because I don't know if you've ever talked to Brett Cross before, but
I am by no means a debater. I usually only watch Pickles stuff, and every now and again come on.
You should definitely go into Brett Cross's lives. He does way more than I'll be honest with me, Pickles, or even Nemo combined. I think here, what he talks about specifically, he lost his son at Uvalde. So my question to you is that you obviously want to stop school pew-pewings, right?
Absolutely, 100%.
We all want to stop that.
Right.
So what would you recommend? Let's see if we could potentially, hypothetically here, eliminate the possibility of another pew-pewing with what you put into place, since you disagree with what we're thinking of.
So I think that the best system would be properly arming, like giving security to schools, the same way we do that with politicians, the same way we do that with celebrities and everything. I think that we should protect our kids with that same system. Now, I think that would be a very difficult system to implement, but if we're just only talking ideally, not actuality and in principle, that's how I would assume would be the best way to do it.
So do you know that Parkland had a security officer, several on campus, and that did nothing?
And that's terrible. That was not done well. So I don't know if that's an issue of training. So again, if we're talking ideally, I don't think that there is a perfect system for doing it. But if we were talking specifically ideally, I think that armed security would be better than just
Uvalde also had guards, and they left.
Uvalde also had the entire police force outside the classroom for 90 minutes.
Yeah,
77.
I think every single person with an AR thinks they're Jason Bourne. And
I don't.
When it comes down to actually responding and see what this does to our society, and the fact that law enforcement does not know and cannot handle it, even if we don't have the money to start training our law enforcement like CIA.
Again, that's why I said ideally. So if we're talking ideally, the same way you guys say that, hey, a ban on guns is never going to happen. I understand if we're talking about actuality, that's probably not going to happen as well. But if you're asking ideally, what do you think the best system would be? I think that would be. I think that in that specific case, it was handled completely poorly, and that's an issue with training and stuff. I don't think that I'm Jason Bourne. I think that I'm the exact opposite of that.
I think 100,000 out of 100,000 scenarios that will play out that way will happen the same way. So we have to change the laws. We can't just pray it away.
So in the same way that we've watched videos of that, we've also seen people step up and defend other people. That happens, I would say, argue almost as consistently as the opposite. You see them on YouTube all the time.
Yeah, they don't outweigh the gun shootings.
People defending it?
Yeah, no, they don't outweigh. When we have like a few hundred mass shootings every year, but you see one person on YouTube go viral, doesn't make it all better.
Yeah, I have it right here, specifically from Evertown Research and Policy. Less than 1% of all personal and property crimes are stopped by a civilian with a gun.
And is that because civilians, or is that because trained guards are there with guns, or is it because they're not there with guns?
No, this is about the good guy with a gun. This is about the person you're talking about that could potentially stop it. People walking around saying, I have this gun for self-defense. It's talking about that specifically. Individuals who are there when it happens. You're talking about having armed security there. You can have armed security guards trained and they can still fail because they're human.
Oh no, I completely agree with that. But just because people can fail doesn't mean that that's not still going to be the better system.
Well, I guess I would like to wait to see for like actually because since it keeps failing, I just don't feel like this would be a great strategy since it doesn't seem to be successful.
Was there more than one instance that you had? I apologize.
Yes, Uvalde, Parkland. I can pull up others where armed security has been there and not stopped it. If you'd like, we could just keep going.
Sure. Yeah.
So again, Democrats are not for what you're asserting.
Here we go. I got it actually right here. A study from between 1980 and 2019 found that shootings with armed guards on site ended with nearly 3 times as many unalivings.
Wow.
It ends with more people not making it.
Is that because the armed guards defended the place, or like I'm misunderstanding how you
It's
come?
because the individuals then becomes self-unaliving motivated, and then they start going directly for confrontation, and then going after even more individuals because they're trying to get themselves unalived.
So I think that with proper or better again, we're talking ideals.
That training cannot prevent. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. No, training cannot prevent the person committing the crime from doing more. Your training is not going to solve that. Your presence on the property is increasing the unalivings.
If that's the case, then why do celebrities protect themselves with armed guards? Why do
Do you think that they are like successful with that all the time?
Significantly more successful than unsuccessful? Yes.
And how many people on average are trying? But how many people on average are going out of their way to try to unalive celebrities? I'm just curious on this one.
Are you asking me the percentage of people that are trying?
Yeah, I would like to know.
They don't work. It's the reason why Elon Musk just can't go outside anymore at all, because it doesn't work.
It's also a willful misrepresentation, or not misrepresentation. It's a what I'm trying to think of the
Charlie Kirk had the best.
I guess a false equivalence, maybe. So in one scenario, you're talking about a school, right, where everyone's a target. And in the case that you,
I'm gonna scoot you down, Artemis.
I guess
I've got too many people. I love you.
Oh, sorry.
I love you, Artemis. I'm gonna boot you down, Artemis. I got too many people. I love you.
Also, again,
I'll just send stuff to Nemo if I have any more information.
Okay.
My specific reason for coming on here was to talk about if we could switch, like if there was a plan to switch from just talking to people who are going to blindly follow Trump to more conservative values, and I really appreciate you doing this. So if I need to get booted at any point, like I said before, I'm definitely not the most educated person, and I am not a good debater. I'm just another conservative that listens to your show to learn, and likes coming and talking to you. I do apologize, Nemo. I did get a little heated. You were absolutely right, and it was completely unwarranted. When you rolled your eyes at me, that's not fair. You're a human being, so I apologize for that, and I appreciate you talking to me the way that you have, and being willful to work with me and talk to me and educate me.
Yeah,
yeah.
You've been totally cool and cordial. I appreciate you coming up. You've been up here for almost 2 hours, and I've got a few people in the box now, so I'm gonna. Yeah, you're welcome to come back some other time though.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, man, thank you so much. Thank you, Nemo. Thank you for
the.
Yeah, of course.
I think we've talked before, so I may have played this game with you. This is quick, I promise. Who said this? Urge the Congress to enact it without further delay. With the right to bear arms comes with great responsibility to use caution and common sense on certain weapon purchases.
I don't know. It's good.
Do you think that would be a conservative?
Reagan?
Just based off of the context, I would assume no, but I actually truly have no idea who said that.
Okay.
Who did say it? Or is this leading to something?
Ronald Reagan.
Got it. Yeah, I sadly don't know. The only stuff that I know about Reagan is what I learned in school, and that was also 15 years ago. So I'm woefully uneducated on Reagan.
Another quote: "We need this amendment because criminals and terrorists have exploited and are exploiting this very obvious loophole in our gun safety laws." Who said that?
I don't know.
Conservative?
Bush?
Do you think that the person who said it was conservative?
Possibly. I don't know. I don't know I mean, if you're asking which one that it sounds like, it would sound like it's liberal, but I'm guessing off of what you said, it's a conservative.
Yeah, it's John McCain.
Okay.
Oh.
Wow. I didn't know that. Did he say that in one of his debates?
This was in relation to legislation on a gun show loophole. So, and we heard this earlier. Take the guns first, due process second.
Right, and that was DJT and Pam
Right, in 2018. Now, who said, under no pretext should arms and ammunition be surrendered? Any attempt to disarm the workers must be frustrated by force if necessary. Who said that?
I don't know.
Do you think that we're conservative?
No, I don't think so. Based off of this game, I would assume no.
Yeah, it was Karl Marx.
Oh wow. That's another one I don't know. I don't know anything about Karl Marx other than like who he was generically. But that was when I was in school. My main focus, like where I was going, was engineering route. So I didn't learn a lot of the I didn't spend a lot of time in like reading or social studies and stuff like that. My focus was more engineering.
Yeah, I mean, even if you did do social studies, they would not have taught you about Karl Marx.
Of course not.
The reason that little exercise just then is to demonstrate to you that this is not a matter of left versus right whenever it comes to Second Amendment control, right? Because the left is all for owning weapons. Karl Marx is as far left as you can get.
I think that the right fetishizes it. They worship it. And they have a very toxic gun culture that's been kind of been fed by the NRA and all that stuff through lobbying and messaging through politicians for decades. I feel like this is a product of that. I feel like there's no actual logical person that would that sees what Democrat policies are and Republican policies are and go, oh, this one's going to take our guns before the other one. I don't think either of them are going to take everybody's guns. I don't think either of them are going to come forcefully take anybody's guns. Not now, not in 200 years. I think if anything, they'll do buybacks, stuff like that, voluntary, or just ban the manufacturing of, and to simply do partisan voting based on that, in spite of how bad they are for everything else, literally everything. It just makes no sense. But anyway, thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks for your time, and I appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks, Nemo. Yep.
I have pew-pews. I've never used them, but I have them. I'm 37 though. I'm halfway through my life. I've yet to need it. I'm going to just venture to say I might not ever for the second half of my life. It might just be another 37 years of me never touching it.
Yeah. I mean, most people will never use them. Like, I mean, in a life-threatening situation, that most people will never use them because most cops don't. Like, most cops don't use their weapon in a life-threatening situation.
All right, we got State of the Union.
So much to talk about, and with a nation facing multiple domestic and foreign challenges, that's not hard to believe. We were showing a poll on our screen earlier in the evening, asking you all, the viewers, to tell us how long you think this speech is going to be. The majority of you all thought this was going to be an over 2-hour-long speech. That would, in fact, be a record for a State of the Union as far as it goes. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, at their positions for the night. Also noteworthy tonight will be the attendance roster. Let's talk a little bit more about who will and who will not be in attendance today. Traditionally, members of the Supreme Court
This guy's microphone
sit in the chamber
sucks.
as guests of Congress. It's a solemn reminder of our constitutional separation of powers. This year, their presence will be especially symbolic amid recent tensions between the court and the White House over Trump's tariff ruling. That came through late last week. Trump did little to hide his rage last week when the court struck down his policy. He didn't just say that the justices who voted against one of his signature issues, including 2 who he appointed, were wrong on their reasoning. He also said that they were, quote, an embarrassment to their families. Now those justices going to be in the chamber tonight for the State of the Union speech. I'm still watching this vantage point as we watch people enter the room. We've been watching a number of lawmakers enter the chamber. Many members of Congress will be making statements through the guests that they bring. Several Democrats have invited survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuses to attend as their guests in the chamber. It's a reminder of ongoing demands for accountability and transparency around the case.
All right, we have 12 minutes is what I see. Cecil, forgive me.
Oh, thank God. I had to type that stuff to get me up here. Damn, bro.
I didn't even see what you're typing. What's up?
Oh, okay. Nothing much. Sorry, this guy, the U.S. Constitution, was asking me, do my parents read to me or do they have bachelor's degree? I'm like, bro, why are you pocket watching me? Secondly, yeah, I'd be mad too if I was the president of the United States of America because I am duly elected by the people. What does Congress or the Supreme Court have a say in anything in regards to tariffs? If I wanted to tariff everything at 100%, that's what I got elected to do. Why are y'all yapping and flapping your gums on what I can and cannot do in this regard?
Fawcett, what does the Constitution say about taxes? Who can implement taxes?
I mean, for the 16th, I mean, the federal government can implement, an income tax. I believe that's up to Congress. But as we can clearly see, Congress hasn't been doing a job for the past.
Are levied by Congress. The end.
Yeah, and also the 14th Amendment's only for natural-born American citizens, but we all know that's wrong. So
that's you pivoting.
So you just don't care about the Constitution in general because of that flaw you don't agree with. So you pick and choose.
Is that for a very long time the Constitution has been bastardized to the point where why should we be respecting certain parts of it but not the other parts? Like
exactly.
For example, like the Second Amendment is unanimous; it's a human right. There should be no restrictions on it. Yet we have restrictions on it.
Where does it say no restrictions?
That the right to keep and bear arms shall not be. What part of shall not be infringed is confusing to you?
So you're saying shall not be infringed means that you can't have any type of regulation?
Well, regulated militia
would be an infringement.
Well
it's
regulated,
a human right, not an American one. So
doesn't it say well regulated militia?
Doesn't it say shall not be infringed? Exactly.
So
this
well
is
regulated.
the argument we're having. Again,
Yeah.
The 14th Amendment only says the subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And here we go. We have Eduardo becoming an American citizen. What I'm basically getting at is the Constitution has been bastardized by people who want to reinterpret what the founding fathers actually wanted. So I'm okay with Trump implementing whatever tariffs he wants if no one's going to play the game fair.
Which founding fathers are you referring to?
What are you talking about? We have first and foremost, we have Thomas Jefferson. We have what's the other one? We have John Hancock, the big ass signature one. Like we can go all day. Would you want to go bring me down the whole list?
Well, no. I mean, you said what the founding fathers actually wanted, and
yes,
they had disagreements amongst them at the time. But I mean, I want to know which founding fathers you're saying and how you presume to know what they wanted.
Like, for example, when I refer to like the 14th Amendment, I'm referring to the preamble when I state that the 14th Amendment only applies to our posterity as Americans because it's literally written in the first sentence of the Constitution. Last time I checked, Eduardo's posterity is not American, so thus he is not American. So that's the first.
Well, okay, hold on. So you're saying that the 14th Amendment, number one, the 14th Amendment came along.
I know, 1868.
Oh my
I know.
God, calm down.
Yeah.
Came along well after the founding fathers were dead.
And I understand that. The problem I'm having with that, though, is that we all know what the 14th Amendment actually means. It means for natural-born American citizens, okay? And people who are legally here.
This is the same argument that you always have. So the point is, if you're an originalist, because it sounds like that's the angle that you're arguing from.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you invoked Jefferson. So number one, I'm going to have to apologize because I've tried to figure out a way to censor this.
No worries.
But inevitably it's still gonna sound insensitive. So
I also got only 8 minutes too, so I mean
okay, cool.
We got time.
So shall we refuse the unhappy fugitives from distress the hospitality which the natives of the wilderness extended to our fathers arriving in this land? Shall oppressed humanity find no asylum on this globe? That is Thomas Jefferson.
Yes, the problem I'm having with that, though, is that you are not oppressed in the modern
Okay.
sense of things.
Okay.
Oppression was way more common in the 1700s than it is in the 21st century. Those two things cannot be conflated. So, sorry, next thing.
No, what? That's
Okay,
there were no,
okay,
there were
very
no
simply.
terms and conditions with relation to what oppressed
For
meant
example,
in
number
that
one.
statement. No, hold on. I know that
Okay,
you're trying
go
to
on.
parse it. I'm saying that Thomas Jefferson
Yep.
himself was very pro-immigration.
Then why would he and the rest of Congress,
I can literally
rest of the framers of the
smiling because
Constitution write
you
that
didn't
first
know
sentence?
that, Fawcett. It's great. I love this. I
I'm
can
sorry, come again?
hear you smiling while you're talking because you didn't realize
No,
that.
because
and you
now
know
I
that
have you
you're
in a trap.
caught.
If he was such pro-immigration, then why would he write the preamble to include his posterity or their posterity? They could have just said
Posterity?
all people. Come
Okay,
on now.
The word
So
is
you're
posterity,
convoluting
not
Yeah,
posterity.
posterity. I know what it is. So why would you write posterity? Your posterity is only those who come directly from your line. It doesn't mean anyone that is of a huddled mass that needs refuge in America. Nice try. Next thing.
Then why are you telling me that Thomas Jefferson wrote posterity, meaning explicitly people who are descended from people that were in the country at the time, but then later on said, "Shall oppressed humanity find no asylum on this globe?" And then whenever he was president, he urged relaxation of strict naturalization rules so the U.S. could serve as an asylum for those fleeing hardship.
If he was so against the harsh naturalization rules, then explain to me why the Naturalization Act of 1790 further restricted the naturalization of United States citizens to only free white males. It seems very it sounds like the antithesis. I apologize. I'm suffering a cold
Because he
right
was
now.
both racist and kind of progressive at the same time.
Exactly. So why should we take the words of a hypocrite seriously?
Because that's what you're doing. You're the one invoking all the founding fathers. This is what they wanted.
No, that's
Fuck
not
what
I said.
everyone
I'm saying
thinks
the words he
now.
wrote down. I'm saying the words he wrote
He's
down
like,
himself.
you're like, he wrote it down. He can't take it back.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
he
you're
wrote it
claiming
down,
that Thomas
and I
Jefferson...
think he means it this way, and he can't take it back the way I think he means it.
No, that's
even
not
though
what I'm
he
referring
says
to. What I'm
things
stating
that
is that
that's
if
not what he means.
Thomas Jefferson, I'm stating that if Thomas Jefferson was such a pro-immigration advocate as you claim that he is, then why would he hypocritically write for us and our posterity
Because
on
he
the
didn't
first
mean it.
sentence of the
Because
Constitution?
he didn't mean it the way you think he means it. Sounds like that.
You can't import posterity. It can only come
Sounds
from
like
your
it.
loins.
Sounds like you.
No, you
saying
can't. You
it
can't import
wrong?
posterity. You
What are
can't
you
do that.
talking about?
Why do you keep saying it wrong?
Posterity. That's how you say it.
No.
Prosperity.
No. Look at the preamble. Here we go. I think we're reading the wrong. I think you believe I'm saying the wrong thing.
It's
right here.
Posterity.
Yes, posterity.
Not prosterity. You're putting an R where it doesn't exist.
Posterity. There we go. See, he thought I was saying prosperity. I'm not one of like these idiotic 62-year-old retired truck drivers, man. I know what I'm talking about.
You were
Thank
just
you so
saying
much.
No, stop. You were just saying posterity again.
Yes, posterity.
You're putting an R where it doesn't
Oh,
exist.
posterity.
Where is it?
I
Where's the R
apologize.
in that word?
Where's the R in posterity? Yeah.
You're
Where's Eduardo in the 14th Amendment? He isn't there. Regardless, though, back
Where's
to
Thomas Jefferson in the 14th Amendment? Way to go.
Yeah, I kicked him. Dude, that's a sham. He's like, look how important our forefathers' ideas are. Oh, who cares what they think?
Yeah,
What
he
a
literally,
fucking moron.
He teed that one up for me because I don't have a complete collection of quotes from the founding fathers on immigration, but I do have one from Jefferson. I'm so glad that he mentioned him explicitly by name. Thank you for that.
What a fucking turd. He just absolutely is sure that it means what he thinks it means, but he doesn't even know the word.
Posterity.
Prostate.
Yeah. I don't know how old he is. Maybe he's getting close to that age and he's like kind of worried. He's like, oh shit, I'm going to have to get a check soon.
Gazpacho.
Gazpacho police. Did he mean prosperity? No. So he was trying to say posterity, because posterity is what's in the preamble. Posterity just means descendants, right? Those that come after us. And I guess he could have also been thinking of the word progeny. Maybe that's not in the preamble, but maybe he was combining the two words. Or the more likely is that maybe he just is not very smart. Oh look,
Right,
Kavanaugh. Keg stand McFuckface. Oh, that's Usha Vance.
What's up, girl?
Whenever the camera goes back to JD Vance and Mike Johnson, tell me how Mike Johnson has a stronger chin than JD Vance with a beard. How is it that Mike Johnson, who is to censor myself, not exactly a very masculine person, how is it that Mike Johnson has a stronger chin, stronger jaw than JD Vance with a beard? Like, the beard is supposed to help the jaw, and he still can't do it next to Mike Johnson.
Baron's grown up. Oh man, Marco. Oh, Pete. Oh my god. The Goon Squad. The fucking Ginyu Squad. Bunch of fucking clowns. Uh, I did see the RFK Kid Rock video, and ever since, I have felt compelled to go work out in blue jeans. And be a complete fucking weirdo.
It's God, RFK is so weird.
Why?
Also, did you hear about the what is it, HHS, or the government's stance on glyphosate?
No.
Okay, so glyphosate is a compound that is found in Roundup. Okay, and it's the thing that has made Roundup really contentious. Monsanto has paid out, and Roundup has paid out, however much. There's been a lot of court cases over it. And we know that glyphosate is carcinogenic. What's funny is that RFK Jr. literally argued and won court cases, won settlements for people in relation to this. And just a few days ago came out in favor of glyphosate.
Maha. Guys, they have your best interest in mind. You don't get it. They just get bad media. You don't understand. Look at all these old white people. Very, very white in there. With a white. Lots of fake tan. And then white. It smells like Depends and fucking protein shakes. Someone, Tulsi Gabbard. Have y'all seen? Oh god. Have you seen the before pictures of Tulsi Gabbard?
Nope.
She's it's kind of wild. Lots of gender affirming care.
Like before what?
Like
before
before
she got into the...
before politics.
Oh yeah, I've never seen those.
I hate to be mean.
I mean, this is like, I agree with you on like a certain level, because you know you want to strike a balance between, you don't want to be sexist or ableist or, you know, mean or whatever, but also at a certain level, does that include people who are truly evil?
Yeah, I just think the collateral damage would be kind of like,
Yeah. Like, that's why I do like my impression of RFK, because I know that technically that is ableist, right? But you know, I guess my point is, I think that there is room for exceptions depending on who the person is, right? And I think that most people actually already agree with that. They just don't realize it. Like, for example, making fun of people's height is technically, I guess, ableist, or I mean, definitely making fun of their appearance, right? So, you know, we already kind of permit that in some areas. It's
I
just a matter
agree.
of where you draw the line.
I agree. Like, I want to be mean as fuck to them, even if they have a condition they can't help. But I don't know. Like, if I had a weird voice like that and I was left leaning and stuff, and everybody was making fun of RFK for his voice, that would, you know, like, there's something there.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
That's something against short guys. I love short dudes. They're easy to pick up. I give them pets. Imagine being Trump. Your closet's just black suits, white shirts, red ties.
Yeah.
All made in China. So true.
Honestly, like, is it? Yeah, that is a black suit. Why is he wearing a black suit?
Oh yeah, it's usually dark blue, right?
Yeah, like normally, like so, the unwritten rules in the suit world is you only wear black suits at funerals, maybe black tie events, and I guess if a uniform requires it. Those are like the only instances where you wear a black suit. Weddings, yeah. I think that's a little bit different. I mean, it depends on who, I guess.
Could be Navy. Can't tell.
Yeah. It does look black though. I mean, because that guy's wearing.
Yeah.
You can tell the dude on the right. He's got a navy suit on. Like it legitimately looks like he's wearing a black suit. That doesn't even look good with a red tie. No. There's too much contrast. That's awful.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really an honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States. Second Lady of the United States. Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages.
Everything's the greatest, the best it's ever been. It's glorious. The golden age now. It was a third world country a year ago.
And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today our border is secure.
We're hated more than ever on the world stage.
Thank you. Today our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before.
False?
And our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked. And America is respected again, perhaps like never before.
They hate us. Everyone hates us. They hate us.
After 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far. In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States. But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country.
Except for the Haitians who I constantly demonize and the Somalis.
The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years. Year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%. Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline.
And the gas companies are laying people off.
Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem well, at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both.
The Biden-created.
And
God.
Keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that. 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe.
Sure. And now you just threw tariffs on them and fucked them all over.
Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest.
Tourism's down. Immigration's at a standstill.
As thousands of new businesses are forming and factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody
Laughable.
can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil.
So we get that oil.
American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill.
We're drilling the same amount.
Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today. And 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector.
The very, 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 very few jobs.
We ended DEI in America.
Oh, are y'all done attacking it? It's done?
We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps.
That's bad, right?
And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong.
That's a bad thing. God damn.
Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too
What
much.
is he talking about? The tariffs he just did just got slapped down.
You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
Where's the women's hockey team? Where are they at? They didn't want to come because they don't like you. Because you're divisive. A few men refused to go? I'd imagine. Frat party administration? Yeah.
Go ahead. That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House.
Nah.
They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there and they weren't about to say no because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck. Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off, do you practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
He hands them out like candy. He's handed out like 4 of them, hasn't he, out of the like 12?
Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much.
The man did hockey for our freedom. Don't forget it.
I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in the first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and I wanted to claim the 250th. But
I'm so good.
that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news.
He literally just sucks his own dick all the time.
So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes
With like
who
the
have
same 3 verbs.
kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday.
While we are building our own fresh internment camps right now that another generation will have to liberate so he can pass on the tradition.
So, buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas. One of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one? As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Billy Kate, but 164 others to safety.
Damn. Let's not forget why we were there. Let's not forget. Do you remember what I mean? Like we were doing there?
People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate.
Look at all these people who love me, feel patriotic.
And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you. And I'd like to have the military aid to please come down and take care of the service. Military aid, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service. Thank you very much. From next generation. But now it's our turn. Together we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year.
Taxane, thank you for the $1 super chat.
To begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans. All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary, massive tax cuts. They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great big beautiful bill. We gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America. Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and her expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than
Rich.
$5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half. Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name that. Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the third row. Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children. They're great people.
Test, test.
Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school and I made computers and I'd sell them to people. And I just kept selling and selling and selling. And pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops. So I congratulate him on that. But I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad. So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to
Test, test, test. Y'all, how does the volume sound now on YouTube? Can someone check real quick?
They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started.
Test, test,
And
test.
now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000
On YouTube, not TikTok.
4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years.
Does my sound in my microphone sound better on YouTube?
Hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done.
And then I put new tariffs on.
They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down.
How does Trump sound now on YouTube?
But the good
Test,
news
test.
is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful country-saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace-protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love. Right? Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America. For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New Scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. There were murders, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000
Slandering
in just
Biden
a
again
speck
more?
of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly used the word affordability, a word. They just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the
Trump's
increased
website
prices that
says "Make America
all of our
Affordable
citizens
Again."
had to endure.
Line
You
2
caused that problem.
on his
You
platform.
caused that problem. They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward.
Would you dare to say that's to make things affordable?
The price of eggs is down 60%, Madam Secretary. Thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while. We're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it.
People's
It's like
energy bills have
another
skyrocketed.
big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the
Did you just look at
Unaffordable Care
Democrats?
Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%.
Trump, you've made $1.6 billion last year.
That's why I introduced the great healthcare plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own healthcare, which will be better healthcare at a much lower cost.
So he doesn't have a healthcare plan. He just wants to tear it apart?
In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened. And now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before. Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried.
Biden did it.
Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action. But I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs.
That's a lie.
Anywhere. The lowest
That's a lie in every way. There's no proof of that. I don't think drug prices are even down. And
So
Trump
in my
RX is literally
first
just
year,
good RX
second
rebranded.
term,
There's no extra special
should be
deal
in my third term.
that you get from Trump
What?
RX.
Strange things happen. I took prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement.
To the
result
lowest
is
in the
price
world?
differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more. All available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way.
That one's literally it's just good RX, y'all. MAGA, it's literally just good RX.
And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big. Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase. But a few weeks ago, she logged onto the Trump RX website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500.
What drug?
A reduction of much more, actually, than
what drug?
$3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom.
What drug?
So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community, and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time
Talk about regulation.
lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes.
I haven't heard anything
and now I'm
yet.
asking Congress to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Racel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon.
I can get behind that. I'm scared to death what he's doing. What's the twist? What's he
We're
doing?
also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid.
Does he just say it after he fucked it up?
Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year. As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information.
Sweet. Sweet. Wow. The guy who's the most corrupt, he's going to make sure nobody else is corrupt. He's going to make, nobody gets to make billions besides me.
They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
You can't.
Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay.
What a shill. Oh, the Democrats, they're the ones for big corporations, not me. Fuck off.
I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed.
Okay.
But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. there's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President J.D. Vance.
Wow. The fraudsters, they're going to come find all the fraud.
And if we're able to find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open
Stochastic
borders
terrorism.
brings
This
us
right here.
problems right here to
He's
the
calling
USA.
for violence
And it
against
is the
Somalis.
American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent,
Very racist
taxes, and perhaps most
remarks.
importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah. Delilah Colvin was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said
Here we
Delilah
go,
would
propaganda,
never be able
singular
to walk
incident
or talk,
propaganda.
have a good life.
Get worked up over it,
She wouldn't even be able
Republicans.
to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up.
4 young girls politicized, tokenized. Parents should be fucking ashamed. He just asked a paralyzed boy to stand up.
Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens.
Small government, chat. Small government, because this is a trend or something, or that just happened once.
And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible.
Tokenization of
believe,
more
actually.
victims.
In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went
This
home
club is small,
to look
chat.
for her.
It's small
and
enough
she
to
found
be a
her
Facebook
lying
group.
dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being
This
stabbed
is tragic.
25 times. Elizabeth
It's
killer
This
was
is
a
not
previously arrested illegal
widespread.
alien who had broken
This is
in
not This
and
is politicizing.
really just brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life,
Shut up, Piggy.
violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the
Not
hell
record
out of
numbers.
here fast. We don't want them.
Fascism 101. Find a common enemy. The Batman who can't speak English and drive.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room
What a pussy bitch.
not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you. As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice. We'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
Remember when Obama used to speak and both sides stood up and clapped? That was tight. It's a good leader. He's politicizing everything he can. He's saying as much as he possibly can to sow division between the two sides.
Not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Ultranationalism versus real patriots.
And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act. To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. That cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant.
What?
It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID. All voters must show proof of
Sowing doubt in our democratic process directly from the president. More of it. The cheating? Have we proven cheating?
And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%.
That's not true. 30%. You wish,
and
buddy.
even the new communist mayor of New York City. I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard.
This
Wants
talking
them to
point.
shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that
Politicizing.
we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens.
Nope. Nope. Voter suppression. Poll tax.
And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things you almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat, they have cheated, and their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat.
He's perverting
And
our
we're gonna
democracy.
Stop it. We
This
have
is
to stop it, John.
it's the most dangerous thing you could say as a president. And people just glaze it over. It's the most dangerous thing you could say. This is 100% fascist.
And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up. And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? Now we have to say it because it's
Next
going
president
on
needs
all
to wheel
over
up a bunch of
numerous
people
states
who've had
without
religious
even
trauma
telling the parents. But
and in
surely we can
religious
all
cults.
agree no
This is
state
what
can be
Christianity
allowed
does to you.
Rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we've been talking about this? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately. Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy. I'm telling you, they're crazy. Amazing. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we?
God, he's so divisive. So disgusting. Anti-American piece of shit motherfucker.
No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady. Now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that? Over the past year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do.
Okay.
I get none. She gets a lot.
I thought he said 80%.
Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential
directed that
AI
movie,
challenge,
bud?
keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous renewal. This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man.
Oh, she's so sad.
So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin.
She's still crying.
And martyred, really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand.
She was so brave to make it. How did she do it?
Thank you, Erica.
It's nice for her to meet us in between.
In Charlie's memory, we must all come
events.
together to reaffirm that
Nice to show
America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind.
Yet you're up here being as divisive as possible. See, that's how you see that? See the whole room? There you go.
Religion, and we love bringing it back, and it's coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our communities safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again.
Pro-crime. Like,
we're honored
so
to
divisive.
be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zarutska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman, Irina fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget. There were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression
He's blaming
of terror
Democrats
on
for this?
Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly.
What a
She had
piece of
escaped a
shit.
brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal, set free to kill in America, came in through open borders. Mrs. Zarutska, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina.
Guys, make sure you don't think this is too political, these things he's bringing up. These are just things he's doing for us. He's going to save us from all these horrible migrants. All 12 of them.
How do you not stand? How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there. Starting last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success, New Orleans, Louisiana, big success, and our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore in Washington, D.C. How did that happen?
It's called a military state. 100% of the time it works. And it usually just means you're an authoritarian.
In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100%
The
from a
Pardon
year
King,
ago.
yeah. Biden did not have 4,500 pardons. He granted clemency. They stayed in prison.
They don't like to hear that. One of the sick people, one of the brave service members
Trump
who helped
pardoned
achieve
and
this
gave
stunning
jobs to
turnaround
domestic terrorists.
was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all
Biden
because she
regime
wore the uniform of our
let
nation,
them
she was
in.
shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick and deranged, shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Eva Lee. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like it.
Trump has pardoned some of the biggest criminals in the country, in history, just cause. Just cause. The reason Biden gave clemency to all those people, I was reading about this again the other day. Trump was like, as soon as he got into office,
So
he wanted to.
sorry. Thank you very much.
He wanted to start executions
A
again.
great young lady. I saw reports that were like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night, and she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone, but his mother said, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying, and after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melanie? She turned out to be right.
This is just a bunch of dog and pony shows for political points. There's nothing he can show us that he's doing that's for everybody. I think everything he's doing is just like, hey, look how you're a victim to Democrats somehow, and all of these are stretches. This madman was released by Democrats. Cashless bail. Cashless bail doesn't release violent criminals. Sorry, that's not true.
Amazing, actually.
What a
I said,
lying
where does
piece
this
of
woman
shit.
come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much.
DA Calma is better bet for meaningful justice reform. I agree. Like, look at this. This is somehow Democrats' fault, and we'll fix it. Just get Democrats. Like, no. What's a policy that would fix that, dude? What's a policy?
So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart.
What did that guy do again? Shot by the guy Trump let in. Someone was just trolling me about wearing a hat.
We love you all. Love you.
guy's wearing a hat
We're proudly
at the State of the
restoring
Union.
safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. My first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny? Sick people. Cambodia and
fucking
Thailand. Pakistan and
warmongering
India
piece of
would
shit.
have been a nuclear war. 35 million people, said the Prime Minister of Pakistan, would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda.
Oh, yeah?
And of course, the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared. And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco.
Yeah, sit the fuck back down. Yeah, you know what you're doing right now, you fuck.
People like you. You know, Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever. Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that?
Same Texas.
Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible. Both living and dead, and those parents who had a dead son, their boy,
President
they'd always
of
tell me their
peace.
boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. That was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back. But we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job. And we're working very hard to end the ninth war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000
The Russian,
soldiers
you
are
mean?
dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military, obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer.
Now, why are we there now? They got no nukes.
For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like 32,000 protests. 32,000 protesters in their own country.
Wait, what?
They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue, starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong, because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective. So thanks to Republican in Congress, we're investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed, at my very strong request, to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of that. Now
I love how he tries to say it like we were paying their bill. That's sly con man.
And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full.
Her name
They pay
tag
us
says release the files.
totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently. And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute. For one more dollar, we can have $1,776. It's going to... I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. One more dollar. I said, $1,776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it, so we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen.
I was in Congress,
We're
I'd say
also-
that. I was right there.
Oh, God.
Thank you, Ken.
We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January,
And they did. They started that huge cartel.
in January, elite American warriors carried out
Outburst.
one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very good. They couldn't believe, they all watched. They saw what happened. This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby, because we did that. My baby is becoming so important.
Who knew Space Force was going to stick around?
And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down.
He's here tonight.
Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro. Really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter. A big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook.
He's got like 3
carrying, as you
describers.
can imagine, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags, his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter. To deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine guns stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business.
Oh, the
saving
day
lives
the
of
U.S.
his fellow warriors from what could have been a
went
catastrophic
and
crash
saved that oil
deep
from
in
Venezuela.
enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission.
They
if
had that
didn't
oil
happen.
captured.
Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs. Of the bullets, and keep on flying and landing, and people knew what was happening. Everybody
Wake up,
in the
Trump.
back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the
Paul,
aisle.
it's bedtime.
Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife Amy, Eric, and Amy, come on in.
That's the guy who got all those private companies oil. If it wasn't for his bravery, shareholders would not have seen an increase in their shares. It was only with Trump's bravery and leadership that we can go break international law and kidnap a man out of his bedroom.
So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Lesai. And that little
Well,
Timmy
thank you
is how
very much,
shareholders'
Eric
stock
and
price went up
Amy.
13 points.
Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg, we have it back, we brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House. And Eric will be there. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. That's a big one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go. He is one more heroic American aviator, Navy fighter pilot. Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets, to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor.
That sounds like a deserved Medal of Honor. That sounds deserved. He's like, I got other shit. Get me out of here. I've never really seen a Medal of Honor before, so maybe that's just, I don't know.
Thank you, Royce, and thank you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you.
He's gonna make his own and give it to himself. The draft dodger, yeah. He's totally got it. He's got it. His cabinet's on it right now.
Thank you. 250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities, Together we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies, and we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel, and then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside. But that great betrayal is over, and they will never be forgotten again. Because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Yep. Guys, I found this cool thing. It's a visual of the Epstein network. 3D visual. Anyway. Guys, I think I'm going to call it after that. How can I leave for a few to Cash App? Yes. Hillary, please do. Yes, please. Guys, I do have a Cash App and Venmo in the bio. If you guys are trying to support me, that's the best way to do it. I'll stay on for just a few minutes and not ditch before somebody does that. But yeah, Nemo. Became entitled gifter. Thank you, Deborah.
What's up, man?
What up, man? How do you?
So
how do you
that was unhinged.
Yeah. He's taking.
It got boring at the end, though.
Yeah, because you could tell how uninterested he was in actually all of that stuff towards the end. He's like, and anyway, while he's reading the teleprompter. He was reading the whole thing off teleprompter. He was checked out.
Yeah.
He was checked out towards the end.
Yeah, he definitely checked out. I think that there was this moment where he was saying the word brutally and he fucked up, and so it sounded weird when he says like brutally. I think that was the moment when the Addy started to wear off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, shit ton of lies. I think that one good thing from this is that red hats are going to be energized, so they're probably going to want to try and run around lives and be like, he was the best president ever, 18 trillion investment. By the way, the Cato Institute has a debunk on the 18 trillion number. Like the Cato Institute.
Yeah, libertarian.
That's how crazy it is.
Yeah. Real quick, Hillary, thank you so much for the $25. And also, Jessica, thank you so much for the $10. Jessica says, "Have a good night, Pickles. Always." Thank you so much, y'all. Yeah. Ugh, I don't know. Oof. A lot of framing, it still just irks me so much. Like, he can't mention a thing without making it super political. Like, if I were the Trump version of it, like a Democrat version of Trump, I'd be like, the lying fraudster Republicans who fuck up the economy at every chance, have tried to tell us to do the economy a certain way, which is fucking laughable. Like, if I were to do that every single chance I get, like, the poor Republicans in all of their poor states are asking for tax cuts. Nah. Could you imagine a Democrat president framing every sentence like that?
Yeah, it'd be pretty cringy.
The welfare-hungry Republicans, the crime-ridden Republicans, the teen-pregnant Republicans, and, like, I would do it at every chance. I would jab them so hard. The delusional, Sky Daddy believing Christians, like, I would fucking... that's what it sounds like to us, MAGA. When Trump says that, it's what it sounds like.
Yeah, there's like a lot of compensation going on there. Like, just... I mean, like, the projection is insane. It really is every accusation at this point.
Lindsay, thank you so much for the $15. Says the teen pregnant Republicans has me rolling.
Oh, also, thank you, Lindsay. You said, that sucked. You're dope. Take care, friend. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Yeah, I don't know. Guys, I do think I'm gonna call it for the night. It's been 5.5 hours. I'm gonna get off and see how much juice I have left. Play with some of my friends online. Thank you, chat. I will see y'all tomorrow. Don't forget to pester me in Discord so that I do go live. Thank you. I won't be streaming Thursday, so I definitely need to be streaming tomorrow. So I will see y'all then. Chat. Adios. Smoochies.
Later, man.
This is Peace Out, Nemo. Chat, follow Nemo, by the way. Adios.